Alright. So that one looks like it's up. Okay. Yes, no. Alright, we're good. Okay. So, last week was about a 7-hour long video, which I was not by any chance expecting. I figured 3 hours, 4 hours, maybe 5. Nah, I started around 6 o'clock local time, and we went until about 1 o'clock in the morning. I think that took a little bit longer than I was expecting. So, tonight we're going to be doing 2 much smaller sets. Actually, let's just do this real quick. Arabian Nights has 92 cards in it. And let's see if I can find one real quick. Yes, Quambosh Witches. Oh, I guess this does not show the different variants. Oh, yes it does. Certain cards had more than one variant in the same printing. If you take a look at Urg Raiders here, for example, if you look in the top right corner where the mana is, you've got a black mana symbol and a very dark 1 symbol. And if you compare that to this one, it has a much lighter 1 and a much lighter black mana symbol. But they are the identical card. And so tonight we're going to start working on Commander. Or sorry, we're going to start working on Arabian Nights, which I think would be an interesting place to work. Like I said, we did Unlimited last week. But Unlimited also had, some, I think it was 302 cards, most of which are technically playable. And so, Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, they're all the same, with some difference simply on how they actually look. Let's see if I can find... View all prints. Alright. So, this one down here at the bottom is Alpha. And the 2 big ways to tell it's Alpha as opposed to other formats, or as opposed to other printings, I should say. It's got a black border around it. after beta, the idea was if this is the basically if a set is nothing but reprints, it's going to have a white border. Otherwise, it has a black border. So alpha and beta both have a black border because not only was alpha obviously the first printing, but it also has very, very round corners here. And if you take a look at beta, it's also got that black border, but if you look at the corners here, they are much squarer. And I'll go back. You see this corner here? So that's how you tell alpha and beta apart. And then unlimited is going to look the same as this beta here, but this card border is going to be white. Okay. Now, apart from the borders and the corners, beta and unlimited were identical. Alpha and beta, there were 7 cards that were added to beta that were not in alpha. Okay. LEB. Really? Alright. They're going to have to figure that one out. So. 5 of the cards were an additional printing for each of the basic land. Okay. You had planes from there. So there were only 2 different versions of the basic planes in alpha. Beta gave us 3. Same with so this one got introduced. Same with the other 4 basic lands. One of the circles of protection got printed. That got missed. I think it was Circle of Protection Red. And one of the dual lands, I think it was. And I want to say it was Volcanic Island. Let's see if I can find out real quickly. Go away. Circle Protection Black and Volcanic Island. Okay, I knew it was one of the circles of protection. All right. So, but that's the only difference between alpha, beta, and unlimited. They are between alpha and beta. 7 cards were added. A third image for each basic land type, for each basic land, Volcanic Island, and Circle Protection Black. Otherwise, the listing of the cards is identical, and the corners are different in Alpha. And then in Unlimited, the only difference between Beta and Unlimited is black border versus white border. Otherwise, they're identical. As I mentioned before, every core set up to 10th edition inclusive was just reprints. You were not going to get like everything that was in that set otherwise. Like there weren't going to be any new cards in it until you hit Magic 2010. That was the first time. Son of a biscuit. Come back here. That was the first time you saw a core set since Alpha actually have brand new cards. Which now this is 2025. We've been doing that for about 15 years. But for the first half of the game's life, literally, core sets only reprinted cards. So we're not going to be covering revised 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th because those will already be covered when we're talking about other sets. Now, are those sets going to have cards? Are those other sets like Odyssey, for example, or Ice Age or whatever? Are they going to have news? Are they going to have reprints in them? Yeah, some of them will. Ice Age, for example, reprinted Counterspell, which was originally printed in Alpha Beta Unlimited. I'll just commonly say Unlimited to refer to all three sets. It also printed Dark Ritual, which was, again, in Unlimited. Swords Plowshares, Power Sync, so on and so forth. So it was not unheard of, and even so today, it's not unheard of for a set to have cards that are reprints. Let's see here. Duskmorn. Let's see here. No. Okay. What do you mean, no? Reprint is reprint. Okay. There. There are 11 reprints in Duskmourn, which only came out. It says 2024, so it came out. Actually, yeah, this is still January. This came out in what? Yeah, this came out in September. Oh well, maybe I'm misremembering things. Or there's a newer one that I'm completely drawing a blank on. Anyway, 11 cards are reprints. 5 of them are the basic lands, of course. Terramorphic Expanse, which makes sense for the set. Murder, which makes sense for the set. Ethereal Armor, Leyline of the Void, Pyroclasm, Scorching Dragonfire. These are all cards that have been printed before and have got reprints. You know, it got reprinted in Duskmourn, which has only been out for a few months. And last got an actual set printing. Because Masters 25 is just a reprint set. Mar Masters just a reprint set. These are dual decks. I don't count those. The list I don't count. Although they took the portal art. That's amazing. M11 was the last time it got an actual normal print. So, yeah, it's not unusual. So, 6 actual reprints because basically they print like every set. 6 actual reprints in the set among the couple hundred cards that they already added otherwise. So, for that being said, for such a small set, I am going to be. I mean, before I was going through the first, the 10 or 12 ish worst cards as far as EDH rec is concerned for each color. But there's only 9 cards in white. There's only 9 cards in white in Arabian Nights that are Commander legal. I guess at this point, I can leave that. So I'll probably just go through all of them, and I'll have less to say about the ones that are. Oh, EDH shrink. I think that's right. Oh, son of a biscuit. I don't remember which way they want this done. Okay, this is the right direction. I want descending. Yeah, because Swords of Plowshares, Wrath of God, Disenchant, Armageddon are all very playable. Okay, so I want descending. So what this is going to do is it's going to give me the list of cards in order from least popular to most popular according to EDH rec. This will generally give you an idea of, well, these cards are generally the worst versus the best. Keep in mind, a lot of these cards are going to have, like, for example, if I turn around and I do this as a checklist. Okay, Checklist might be a bad way to do it. Let's go full. Moorish cavalry. It says summon cavalry. Okay. No. Creature human knight. So one thing to keep your eye on is a lot of really old cards have had erratas to their creature types, which is going to be the biggest thing. Now, so let's kick things off. Moorish cavalry, 4 mana for a 3/3 with trample, human knight. Well, the first thing I actually notice is it's technically a human that has trample. And oh, okay. There's a bunch of them. 136 cards that at least mention trample. Huh. Okay. So you can actually make a deck of trampling humans. And knight would make more sense to actually have trample compared to other humans in general, because you're on horseback or something similar. Maybe you're on the back of an elephant. Maybe you're on the back of a dinosaur. But you're a knight. People imagine knights being mounted. That's the common perception. Mounted on what? Who knows? But trample for a knight makes sense. So now you're looking at 4 mana for a 3/3 with trample. I think that's acceptable, but a bit bland, and probably for nowadays a bit underpowered. That being said, it was printed at common initially. So maybe you can get away, maybe if you're playing a deck that's, some of the many decks that I've done, this list here, which again, I will pop into the chat for you. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. I believe that's this one. Yes. And that gives you, out of the ones that are commons only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I currently have physically built. That are nothing but commons. If you're playing a deck that's commons only, it's probably reasonable. But I feel like you could probably do better. Let's see here. Strictly worse in most decks. Same. Lancers on core playable. And Audric only gets it if you've got something else that's already got trample. Okay, so a if you're looking for a if you're looking for a 3/3 that has trample, your best options are Moorish at common. Oh no, yeah, at common your only option is Moorish cavalry. And what about at 4 mana? You're a 2/2 with vigilance that can transform into a 5/4 with trample. Not completely upset with the Thraben Sentry, so War Elephant, debatable. We will come to that one later. Noble Elephant is the same card. Angry Mob. Angry Mob is going to want you to play that trick where you're playing with Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth in a mono white deck because you can legally do so. Oh my lord. I just realized in a typical game of Commander, if somebody has Urborg out, Angry Mob is going to be huge. Assuming the minimum, you get out when you have 4 lanes in play. Let's assume you went first and everybody else has got 3. No ramping. This is going to be a 9/9 trample for 4 mana. On your turn, it's a 2/2. On everybody else's turn, it's a 9/9. If they only have sorcery speed interaction, that is a huge creature. Concerted effort, same idea as what Audric does, and Audric. So, again, if you're looking for a 4 mana trampler in white, Moorish Cavalry, Thraben Sentry when it flips, and War and Noble Elephant and Angry Mob are your options. I would generally run Angry Mob first, which is hilariously just creature type human, but that makes sense because this is an angry mob. This is a group of people. This is not a trained individual. This is a group of random people. Moorish Cavalry might actually be potentially playable, depending on the kind of deck that you're trying to build. It might be the best option out of a bunch of bad options, but it also depends on what you're looking for. But if you're looking for a cheap trampler, it's actually pretty competent. Again, assuming you're looking at white. Let's move on. Piety. 1 white, 2 other. Block instant. Blocking creatures get +0/+3 till end of turn. A little better if you're playing in a Toughness Matters deck, because that suddenly, bumps how much damage they're going to do striking back at the opposing creatures. I'll get the word out eventually. But it's I think in a toughness matters deck, you can probably find better options, but it's not a unreasonable option. However, it only works on defense. Somebody's got to be attacking into you. And if somebody's attacking into you and you're playing toughness matters, why are they attacking into you? Unless they're attacking into you because they have to now. I would pass on piety. Repentant Blacksmith is a squire with protection from red. You realize for one less mana, you could get the same thing with one less toughness. Actually, here's a good question. Protection from red. So for one extra mana, you can get Pilgrim of Justice, which can, which is but that also gives you the flexibility of sacrificing it to prevent all damage from a red source, which means if you've got this in play and somebody casts Chain Reaction or what's it called? Starve Extinction. Hilariously, if you can cheat this into play at instant speed, you can pretty much blow out Starve Extinction's ability to wipe the board. Repentant Blacksmith, meh. Disciple of Law, strictly better. It has, Repentant Blacksmith is just a human. This is a human cleric, which is useful for effects that care about it being a cleric, such as Party. You're also paying a little extra because it's flexible. If you don't need a cheap creature with protection from red, it has cycling. Crimson Acolyte. Same cost, slightly smaller, but pay a red to give target creature protection from red till end of turn. Burnt and Forge Tender. Basically a strictly better Pilgrim of Justice. You're paying 2 less mana for 2 less toughness, but also no activation cost for the protection from red. Freewind Falcon. 1 less toughness, but has flying. I don't see a world where Repentant Blacksmith is actually... Repentant Blacksmith is at least beat out by Disciple of Law. If you specifically want protection from red, let's even look at mana value of 2. Disciple of Law, Crimson Acolyte, Core Firewalker is a 2/2 with protection red. Freewind Falcon, Soltari Priest is a 2/1 with Shadow, which is probably even... this is better than flying much of the time. Silver Knight and then Absolute Law giving everything protection from red. I don't see a spot where Repentant Blacksmith is actually needed. King Suleiman. I think it's just easiest to call him King Solomon. It's a 2 mana 1/1. If you've got somebody who is playing, quote unquote tribal, i.e., they're playing a deck that makes use of all sorts of lord effects and then a way to give all creatures, all creature types to make use of all the lord effects. And by lord, I'm talking cards like this, which at one point just simply said summon lord. Compare this to Goblin King. Whoops. Which was also summon lord. Lord in and of itself was a creature type. And so, and they all did, in general, what they did was they gave the relevant creature type +1/+1 and some other ability. So Goblin King, it wasn't a goblin initially. Which is why if you look at the text on the revised or earlier printings, or even relatively late printings of Goblin King, anything before 8th edition, I think, they actually said all goblins and not other goblins, as the current Oracle text does. Which I guess made sense because the Goblin King didn't necessarily have to be a goblin. I think, and this is going to sound a little odd, if you ever watch the movie Labyrinth with David Bowie, I don't believe he was a goblin, but I believe he was the king of the goblins. It's the same as any other type of ruler. You could be, king of Sweden, but, not have been born or raised in Sweden. You could have come from, Liechtenstein or something. And have got there through marriage or this or that or whatever. And ended up being King of Sweden. Goblin King doesn't have to be a goblin. Lord of Atlantis doesn't have to be a merfolk. It just made sense since they affected, other creatures of that type. It just made sense to give them the appropriate type. So This is where the concept of a tribal deck comes from. All these cards that give a certain creature type a relevant bonus. And then cards like Masquerade Nexus to hold the glue together. Give all your creatures all creature types. If you have a copy of King Suleiman and you're looking for a home for him, Jinns and Afrits are creature types. If you're actually looking for a home for King Suleiman, you could throw him. I mean, the worst he is a 2-mana 1/1, which doesn't sound like a lot. You know, it sounds kind of bad. But, let's see what Afrits and Jinns there are. Let's go ascending. Oh, look. Somebody's commander can be killed. Pinnacle Monk. Kill. Oh, yes. This is some Tarkir. So, anybody that's playing with a deck with a bunch of cards from, you know, Fate Reforged, Dragons of Tarkir, Cons of Tarkir, Dragons of Tarkir, Fate Reforged is going to be playing. You know, if they've got a decent number of cards in there, they've probably got some Jinns in there. Plarga Nasari. Oh, Haughty Jinn. It's in the name. Emberwold Captain. Monarch. Tidespout Tyrant bounces a lot of stuff. Yep. Elsha the Infinite. Okay. Yeah, again, we're looking back at if you're familiar with it, you can tell by the look and the kind of name, and it's got prowess, etc., that it's based on Tarkir. 2x2, so oh yeah, Commander 19. Stratus Dancer is a counter spell. There's another counter spell for you. You know, I think there's enough stuff that's just taking incidental damage from being a Jinn or an Afreet that King Suleiman is probably actually vaguely playable just on that basis. Then you get the people that are trying to build, you know, decks with a bunch of like random lords and making it all work somehow. You've also got various things that can become creatures. Mutavault, for example. People forget it's a 2/2 that gains all creature types. You know, suddenly, oh look, random piece of land destruction. So that's fine. I think this is actually more playable than most people give it credit for being. Army of Vala, or Army of Vala, however you want to pronounce it. I'm not going to be picky there right now. Let me just pump here for a sec here. This is my mono white commons only deck, and I went through the big deal with this deck was a list of cards that made at least 2 bodies, you know, for every like this is a creature. When it comes into play, you make another token. Or this is a card that spits out 2 tokens, etc., etc. Here's a bunch that make 3 or more. And then I had 11 pump spells. Now, if you take a look at Army of Allah, it's 2 white and 1 other for an instant that gives attacking creatures +2/+0 till end of turn. I will point out, they don't have to be your creatures. They can be one of your opponents. So it's not attacking creatures you control. But for instant speed, Guardian's Pledge, if you're playing mono white, is great. I try to stick to 3 mana if I could. And these are just commons. And I got +2/+1, +2/+2, +2/+1, +2/+2, +2/+1. Fairly easy to get +2 power on a white card, even at common. I made a bit of an exception here because this I can cast without paying mana for it. And there were a bunch of cards that I skipped and I didn't want. I'm pretty sure, and again, this specific deck is just commons. I'm pretty sure if I went beyond that, it would be fairly trivial for me to find something where it's, you know, I got better than +2/+0, i.e., I get +2/+1 or +2/+2 or whatever. You know what? Let's put money where my mouth is. Where are you? Creatures you control. Non-artifact creatures. Oh, okay. Creatures you control. Attacking creatures. Creatures you control. Creatures you control. Up to 2 target creatures. Okay, potentially. Kithian's Tactics. Creatures you control. Creatures you control. Creatures you control. Any 2 creatures. Creatures you control. You control. Creatures you control. You control. You control. Wow, okay. I am wrong. Okay. That's interesting. So, Army of Allah might actually be more playable than I expected because it's not just creatures you control, it's all attacking creatures, which means if you want to use this politically, i.e., you are making a deal with somebody, and I can give your team, I can pump up your team when you attack. If you attack if you attack somebody other than me, I will pump up your team for you. That is a pretty strong and it's going to be hard to find something that can compete in white. It's going to be difficult to find something that can compete in white with what Army of Allah can do. I would say that's actually quite playable. Because again, it doesn't have to be your creatures. The creatures just have to be attacking. And if you're like, okay, let's get this game over and over and done with. Oh, you're attacking me? Okay, I cast this. All right, you've taken me out. Which could really screw up some people depending on what else is going on. If somebody else is playing, curses. If somebody else is playing curses and you turn around and you go, hey, by the way, they've thrown all their curses on you, and it's like, bam. Okay, I'm out of the game now. Now what are you going to do with all your curses? Well, crap. Camel. Camel brings in banding. Camel, because of how it works, by necessity, involves banning. So, TLDR on banning. I still think the way it was described when I was learning the game about 93, by 94 I was playing, over 30 years ago now. Because I started playing before Legends came out. The game came out in 93. Legends came out in early 94. So, this is now 2025. That's over 30 years ago. I still think the way banding was described back then makes it easier to understand how banding works. You have an offensive band and you have a defensive band. An offensive band means you're attacking, and defensive means you're blocking. If you're on the offense, so if you're attacking with a band, at most one creature in the band is allowed to not have banding. Defensively, you only need one. If you can block any part of the band, you can block all of it. And if you're on blocking, you only need one creature in the band. Like if somebody's got, flying, and one creature in your band has got reach or flying, you and the big difference in what banding actually does is that back in the day, and recently reverted to this, combat damage, if I'm the one attacking and you're blocking with 3 creatures, I can go and say, if I've got 5 damage to split up, I could go, I'll do 2 to this, 2 to this, and 1 to this. And you can take a look and go, that leaves everybody alive. For now. After combat, I cast Pyroclasm, and they're all dead now. But if I'm attacking and you have blocking, you can turn around and say, oh, okay, well, all 5 of that damage is going to this one guy. Because maybe you expect I've got something like Pyroclasm, at which point that's not going to work anymore. Or do it the opposite direction. Because if you figure it's going to be enough that one of them is going to die anyway, you throw all your damage onto one. On the other hand, if you're not suspecting some kind of, bonus damage to all things effect like Pyroclasm, back in the day you're probably looking at Pestilence. Or Earthquake or Hurricane, but probably more realistically Earthquake. If you're not expecting something like that, then, on defense, you just go, okay, well, I was saying 2 to that, 2 to that, and 1 to that, and they all live. As long as Camel is attacking, prevent all damage deserts would deal to Camel and creatures banded with Camel. And this is why banding, not just the fact that it has banding to start with, because in Unlimited, you had a 1 mana 1/1 with banding. You had Benlish Hero. So why would you play Camel? All creatures attacking in a band with Camel are immune to damage done by deserts. Desert, at that point, Desert at that point was not a land type. It just was. There was only one card called Desert. It took a very, very long time. In fact, I think even when it was time shift. Oh no, when it was I think when it was time shifted was when they decided to give it an actual land type. When did Desert get a land type? In the 8th edition rules update. It took until Amonkhet for us to get another land, another desert. I don't know why they gave it a type at that point, because there was nothing. I don't even think there were. Wait, Amonkhet. The time shifted one was 2006. 2017, it was going to be more than a decade from the time they gave desert a land type. Sorry, from the time it first got printed with a land type until they. Why they bother at that point? I don't think I would have bothered. Anyway, but nowadays it can actually do a bit more. Oh, okay. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to camel. Wow. Still only the original card. Wow, that looks cool. Yeah, camel would not bother with. Unless you're building around really, really weird abilities. Would not bother with camel. You need to be using banding, and somebody needs to be playing with deserts. And it's only one card out of your 99. It's not gonna work. We're relevant. Back to our discussion about 4 mana trampling white creatures. This is where you get to decide whether or not you'd rather it be a 3/3 or a 2/2 with banding. Except the 3/3 was barely slightly harder to cast, requiring double white instead of a single white. I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer. If you are playing with banding on defense is probably like it's going to help a lot. On offense, you're going to need enough creatures with banding if you actually want to make use of it. I think in general, the cavalry is better, but I think situationally the war elephant might be better. It also depends on the kind of deck you're building. You know, human knight versus elephant. Eye for an eye. 2 white instant. Basically takes a look at the damage the source would deal and go, okay, well, I'm taking this much, but guess what? So are you. Oh, no. Oh, well. Abu Jafar. So, eye for an eye. Oh, yeah. That really needs to be in mono white burn. Because at some point somebody's gonna go, here's a fireball for 20 or whatever. It's like, okay, you can take that as well. And Abu Jafar, um, somebody that you want, like, this is one of those cards that you play to turn around and say, so, you're not going to attack me, right? The hilarious thing about this is you throw a card like Lure on it. You know, wait, is, okay. I'm like, there's no way its last actual physical printing was Ice Age, was it? No, it's been printed a few times since. All creatures able to block enchant creature do so. You throw that on. Whoops. You throw that on Abu Jafar. It's going to die because it's only got 1 toughness and no power. But when it dies, destroy all creatures blocking or blocked by it. They can't be regenerated. It's a build your own Wrath of God for a lot cheaper. $0.20 for the Chronicles printing. If you're willing to split it up amongst 2 cards, the most expensive card being like 3 mana, you might be able to. Nope. 3 mana regardless. Oh. If you can find a way to give Abu Jafar or Taunting Elf banding. It could work. But yeah. You're still looking at 4 mana, but with a couple of really cheap cards. That being said, I mean, there's other ways to do it. You can have this able to block multiple creatures. Blaze of Glory. Target creature can block a number of creatures this turn. Must block each. Yeah. So for 2 mana, Abu Jafar plus Blaze of Glory. Destroy all attacking creatures. And lose the Blaze of Glory. Give no ground. Valor made real. Oh yeah. So you can build your own Wrath of God pretty easily that way. So, yeah, I think it's doable. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but I think it's doable. Alright, let's switch over to blue now. Oh my god. Whoops. My LGS. Oh my god. The last I checked, this card was over 100 Canadian. It's now like sub 60. I might actually break down and get a copy. Copy of what? Merchant ship. One blue for a 0-2. When you have no islands, you gotta sack it. Can only attack players that have islands in play. But if it attacks and isn't blocked, you gain 2 life. It is a blue card that allows you to gain life. I want a copy of this card for my mono for my mono blue ramp deck. What? This is my mono blue ramp deck, which I have built. I've made some tweaks to it already. But I've got Well of Lost Dreams in here to combine with Life Tap, to combine with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth for the same kind of reasoning that I mentioned Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth going in a mono white deck. In this case, it's so all my opponent's lands suddenly are forced, so they get tapped for mana, so I gain life, which allows me what I feel for the purpose of this deck is a legitimate way to draw extra cards, because I'm trying to build this in a way that does not feel like a blue deck. And so just playing, your typical blue card draw spells, no. And so yeah. But if I can get my hands on a merchant ship for a reasonable price, suddenly now I've got a way to gain 2 life in a single instance. Because this only lets me gain draw 1 card. So, Well of Lost Dreams is going to look at how much life did you gain at that exact, because it's going to look at what's causing it to trigger. So, Life Tap is going to say, well, it's triggering from land being tapped, but each individual land being tapped is going to generate a separate trigger. So it's going to be 1 life each. So Well of Lost Dreams is going to trigger once for each land that gets triggered. Whereas if I can hit with Merchant Ship, that's a single trigger of 2 life. So therefore, I can actually pay 2 mana in at once to gain to draw extra cards. For reference, Ingenious Prodigy is here less to draw cards and more. It's an X-Spell blue creature. And this is the rest of my deck. This isn't necessarily the versions of the cards I'm playing, but these are what I'm playing. Again, if you go to this tiny URL link, it'll get you to this page, and you can take a look there. And the more artifact lands show up, the more actual, the more artifact lands I can put in my mana base. It'll make it a bit more consistent, a bit more fun, and whatever else. Anyway, merchant ship. Basically, if you're looking for a weird blue ability, or if you're looking for like boat tribal or something like that, you might want to look in a merchant ship. Again, it's like 36 US right now, which is quite reasonable considering what it was in the past. Actually, yeah. So, wait, what? Yeah. So probably, oh wow. So since the All Will Be One release, the price has just slowly been going down. Huh. And it actually spiked up around Strixhaven. I can't. Wow. It was over $1,000 at one point? Damn. Okay. But again, if you're looking for blue cards that do weird things for whatever reason, merchant ship you might want to look at. But realistically, there's not enough blue ways to gain life to actually. I wouldn't bother trying. Serendip Jin. That is 4 mana. That is a 2 in a circle right beside the 2 blue pips there. At the beginning of your so it's a 5/6 for 4. At the beginning of your upkeep, you sack a land. If you sack an island, you take 3. When you control no lands, you sack him. But he's a 4 mana 5/6 flyer. That is really, really strong. In normal games of Magic, that's only a 4-turn clock. You could do a lot worse for 4 mana, at least, and especially in the early days of Magic. Like, people were going on about Shazam Jin, which, to be fair, you could get out on turn. You could get out on turn 1. Not unreasonably. With Dark Ritual and any piece of mana accelerate, like any additional mana acceleration. Soul Ring, a Mox, Lotus, of course. Um, you know, later you could get, Mana Crypt, etc., etc. Anything that, like, it was not, because it basically cost the same, but was a 5/5 ground creature. So that did a point of damage to you every upkeep. Serendib Jin, realistically, you'd have to wait until turn 2 to be able to cast. But as long as you're playing lands every turn, for the first few turns, again, 4-turn clock and has flying. Shazam Jin could be chump blocked all day by like Drudge Skeletons or White Knight or what have you. Serendib Jin would just go, bye! Thunk! 5 to your, 5 to the opponent's face. So, I might still play Serendib Jin now, but that would now depend on the kind of deck I was playing. If I was... The big thing is, I would want to find a way to make the sacrificing of land part of my game strategy. Which means I'm probably playing... Maybe. Something like this. Oh, no. Something like her. But it would have to involve blue. So this isn't landfall, this is like a land sack deck. I cannot think of who I'd actually need for that. But if I can find something that's at least Simic that wants me to put lands in my graveyard, Serendib Jin would be worth a consideration. Again, and alternatively, if you can find a way to bypass its upkeep or remove that ability altogether, 4 mana for a 5/6 flyer. It's harder to find that now, but it's not impossible. No, what? Bloodfile Purveyor. Yeah, Bloodfile Purveyor. And it has trample in addition. Um, Sort by toughness, descending. Yeah. Yeah. You want something that's big enough at 4 mana. Serendip Jin is a pretty good aggro creature, but you either have to be willing to make up, make. Oh, is it Drown Yard Temple I'm thinking of? Yes, you can simply turn its sack ability, its upkeep cost into paying 3, which is less interesting. You do also have Crucible of Worlds, and just keep replaying and sacking the same land over and over again. And if you've got ways to play extra lands, then sure. Anyway, Sinbad. 1/1, tap, draw a card, and reveal it. If it isn't a land card, discard it. This is a really odd kind of card. It only lets you keep a land that you drew, but only from its own ability. Drawing cards otherwise doesn't they don't care. So some way to fill your graveyard, I guess. I'm not sure on this one. This feels like a card that wants either graveyard strategies or discard. Basically something where the discarding is actually relevant. And possibly with a low land count. You're gonna be a little harder, I think, to try and find a good home for. Islandfish Jusconius. 7 mana for 6/8 with an upkeep cost of a triple blue. Doesn't untap normally. Can't attack if the opponent has no if defender has no islands. When you control no islands, sack it. This is basically just a big creature. It's effectively it's effectively 7 mana for what works out to a 7/7 with an upkeep cost. Oh, so doesn't untap normally, but you can pay triple blue on your upkeep to untap it. which, if it's already untapped, you can respond to the trigger by tapping it, triple blue to untap it, and then tap it again. There's no reason to do that built into the card because the rest of it is built into combat. Can't attack unless defender has an island. If I have no islands, I sack it. I don't see a good home for this. I It's a big creature, but I think it has one penalty too many. And it was reprinted and revised with Island Home, right? Oh no. Did you literally never have Island Home? Really? Huh. Anyway, cannot see a good home for it. Old Man of the Sea. Used to see some vintage play way, way back in the day. Hilariously, it's another djinn. Keep in mind, this is Arabian Nights. There's a lot of genie. There's a lot of djinns and afrits in the set. Old Man of the Sea has got some interesting stuff going on. As power remains small enough. Okay. Part of what happened with Old Man of the Sea is it could he could steal creatures that were no bigger than itself. He's a 2/3 for 3, which is fine. Tap him to steal to steal a creature. You keep the creature basically as long as you don't untap the Old Man of the Sea, and the creature never ends up with power greater than the old man's power. Otherwise, you keep it indefinitely, and it was not unreasonable for quite a while to steal quite a few creatures in vintage. And then creatures got bigger, and he's nowhere even near as good as he used to be. He's still fine. He might occasionally steal somebody's monastery mentor, for example, but he's nowhere as good as he used to be. And I think with that being said, there are certain commanders that are, at least initially, kind of small. I think Chatterfang, for example, is a fairly small creature. Oh no, it's a 3/3. Damn. You could steal Kalia. She's a, well, Kalia the Vast. She's a 2/2 for 4. With flying, that gets to drop, other stuff into play really ahead of schedule. But she's still only a 2/2 for 4. Um, can't think of anything else off the top of my head that would have any sort of popularity. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means I can't think of any at the moment. Know what? Power Lesson 3. And go by EDH rank. Ragavan, don't really see that. Azusa, I can see being a commander. Toski, maybe. Lauren, probably not. Vito, maybe. SRAM, yes. Elias, I could see. Savala, maybe. Adeline, not really. That feels more like you belong in the 99. Lotho, I could see. Taurand, yes. Jahira, yes, I could see. Krenko, that feels like the wrong Krenko. Rishkar, I could see. Emery, potentially. Ayara, yes. Yawgmoth, yes. Oh, yeah. Torbrand, yes. Okay, so there's a decent number of commanders available that are, that you could steal and really, really, really annoy your opponent. Unstable mutation. Well, you got 2 ways you can handle unstable mutation. It's either a pump spell or something that will very, very slowly kill off one of your opponent's creatures. Great card. Back in the day, would combine with Flying Men. To just like nuke your opponent out of nowhere. Because turn 1, Flying Men. Turn 2, attack for 4. Play a second Flying Man. Turn 3, enchant, unstable mutation on the second Flying Man. That one attacks for 4. This one attacks for 3. So you're now taking 7. Turn 3, they take 5. Turn 4, they take 3. 3, 5, and 7, 15, 19. They're almost dead by that point. It didn't take much, and you only had to spend, 4 mana over, like, the first 3 turns. Was pretty good. And then you just finish them off with, like, hey, by the way, Psionic Blast. There are homes for unstable mutation, but I think more commonly they're decks that like to do weird things. Did I put you in? No, I didn't put you in there. If you're looking at cards that do weird things, like that, if nothing else, this is ways to give something -1/-1 counters in blue. That's not the easiest thing to find. It can push through damage, or it can put -1 counters on stuff. At the beginning of the upkeep of enchant creature's controller. Oh, that's interesting. Because historically, you only ever put it on your own creature. You only ever put it on your own creature to push through, a few extra points of damage. But if you put it on your opponent's creature, it starts shrinking the first turn that they even end up, looking at to do anything. It's already going to be effectively +2/+2 the first turn. Huh. That's adorable. Serendipity got printed and revised with the wrong art. Looks like this. That is a green card frame with a blue cost, with the right ability, and the wrong art. 3 mana, 3/4 flyer, 1 damage on your upkeep. This is basically the benchmark for, like, if you wanted a decently aggressive blue creature back in the day, this is what you're playing with. It's fine now. You can do so much better than this. In fact, I think it got kicked to the curb when people realized, what was it, Sea Drake was playable? Yeah, Sea Drake. That is a come into play triggered ability. There are a lot of ways to abuse that. First would be a card like Torpor Orb, which basically stops creatures' abilities from triggering when they come into play. The second, if you cast this with no lands, like, let's go Magical Christmas Land for a moment. If you have Black Lotus in play, you sack it for triple blue. You cast Sea Drake. Its come into play ability tries to do a thing, finds you have no targets, and so doesn't do any, and so basically doesn't even get a chance to go on the stack because you don't have no legal targets. And then you play your land for the turn. So you've got a 4/3 flyer and your land. I believe you could also play this with only one land in play. And it would still fail because you needed two targets. If you can't target 2 lands you control with a triggered ability, the ability will be removed from the stack. You won't return any lands. There's no consequence for this. Yeah. So you could play this and, with only one land in play, and there was no drawback. And being a 4/3, so, and 1 damage every turn could eventually kill you. A 4/3 every turn, yeah, that would Sea Drake actually end up being a bit better a lot of the time over Serendipity. Serendipity's saving grace was that it had 4 toughness, so it would survive Lightning Bolt. But if you're worrying about a red deck, you should probably worry about Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast before you worry about Lightning Bolt. Um, at least as far as competitive Magic is concerned. Nowadays, if you're looking at Commander, again, unless you're playing, some kind of Ifrit tribal deck or Jin tribal deck, I think there's better play. I think there's better cards than Serendib Ifrit. Again, you know, and see like Sea Drake's so-called drawback. You can use that as a benefit. You can bounce back Pajuka Bog, for example, and eat somebody else's graveyard. So, um, yeah, 3-4 versus 4-3, I don't think is going to make enough of a difference in most games. But the bounceability from Sea Drake is just going to be so much more relevant than Serendib Freets. And they both have flying. Uh, Giant Tortoise. If you can give him Vigilance, you play him in a Toughness Matters deck. He's a 2 mana 1/4. And just don't care. Toughness matters. Cool. Although for a deck like that, you probably want to start off with, oh, what are you called? Is it Aegis Turtle? Yeah, Aegis Turtle. I know a lot of people say Aegis. I voluntarily, when I was in high school, took a year of Latin because it looked fun. I see this, my brain goes, it's either Greek or or it's Latin, and in both cases you had a hard G. There was no soft G sound, and I think Aegis is, I want to say Aegis is Latin. Uh, Greek. Nope, borrowed it from Latin, but ultimately comes from Greek. Okay. Um, yeah, ancient Greek did. It was, this is why it's called gamma and not jamma. So it was a hard G. And Latin had no soft G. So, but yeah. That being said, if you're building a Toughness Matters deck, you probably want to start off with Aegis Turtle and a bunch of other like 1 mana 0/4s. You can probably find some like 1/5s or something like that for, or just flat up 1/4s for 2 mana. That being said, you know this also has a point of power, so it can actually deal damage even before you get something out that turns around and says, "Hey, by the way, um, yeah, I can give you more power, more damage based on your toughness." Before you get that online, it still has a point of power, which is not nothing, because there'll either be something that comes in from the command zone, or a card like High Alert that you got find in your 99 or whatever, and and still being a 1/4 wall is still not unreasonable. By the way, here's Flying Men that I was talking about earlier. Has been power crept all over the place. You now have 1 mana 1/2s that instead of flying just say they're unblockable. You have 1/1 flyers that have more abilities. I think you might even have 1/2 flyers by now. It's still an okay card. Not as good as it used to be. There we go, 5th edition. That must be when they introduced the term island home. Okay. Dan. 2 blue, 4/1. Can't attack unless the defender has an island in play. If you have no islands, you sack it. The namesake card for a format of its own, where you involve a shared deck. If you want a relatively aggressive creature, Dan is actually pretty decent. I would say the worst thing that Dan is a 4 power wall for 2 mana, which is pretty darn good. By the way, just so you're aware, I did not realize what Dan actually referred to. I saw the card name. I saw the 2 boats here. I thought it must have something to do with the boats. It was many, many years later when I realized there's this fish under the water here. This giant fish, which is much larger than the boats. Because if you figure, like, this length here is about the size of its head. And it's probably going to be longer than tall. That's a pretty big fish. So it refers to this fish that's under the water. That has probably eaten the people that were in the boats. Yeah. Did not know that for a long time. Anyway, that being said, now that we have... Oh, what are you called? You're the blue Magus of the Moon. Harbinger of the Seas. Now that we have this, that turns all non-basic lands into islands. Does not say in addition to their types. So it's going to overwrite them in most cases. You play Dan and Harbinger of the Seas, and Dan is just going to start feasting on people. Oh, look, I'm a 4 power creature. I can hit you now. Yeah. Pretty good early creature. Stops people from trying to attack into you early on. And yeah, it's a 4 power attacker for 2 mana. What more is there to say? I would play this. I would actually because it actually got time shifted, I've actually considered making a mono blue aggro deck for modern, non-tribal, and Dandan was going to be in it. And there was Dandan and there was Frostwalker. Which is a slightly easier to cast Dandan. Yeah, same size. But if somebody targets it, you sack it. And I was like, yep, nope. I think I end up going with Dandan. Besides, you can always throw the other on the sideboard. But, yeah. Would definitely play it in Commander if I could find a reasonable home for it. Not saying I can't. I just need a deck where Dandan makes sense. Because unfortunately, for example, the mono blue commons only deck that I have. God damn it. Is all based around drawing cards and drawing more cards and then drawing more cards. And by the way, did I say I want to draw more cards? What I really mean is I want to draw more cards. Hey, by the way, here's Unstable Mutation. Different art, but here's Unstable Mutation as a pump spell. And I think I said something about wanting to draw cards. Did I mention I want to draw cards? Oh, by the way, here's some more card drawing. And just in case you thought I was kidding, here's some more card drawing. And then more card drawing here. And some more card drawing. Yeah. And unfortunately, Dan does not progress that game plan. That doesn't mean I won't have a spot for it. It's just a question of, having a deck where it makes sense. But I would not say no to somebody going, hey, by the way, I want to. Just give me a sec here. That. Sorry. Distracted throws distracted news at 11. But yeah, I would not complain if I found somebody was playing Dan in one of their commander decks. It's like, go team. Fish liver oil. A hilarious way to make a creature somewhat unblockable. If somebody has an island in play, they're unblockable. And again, you go to Harbinger of the Seas, and yeah, now the creature is unblockable. So I would not be adverse to one or two cards of this nature being in somebody's 99. I don't think it's a great card. I think there's actually better options for Commander. Actually, Control Shift. Whoops. Excuse you. Control Shift T. Let's see if I can. Right. Were any of these? Yeah. Turks of the Trade. 4 blue, 4 mana. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0 and can't be blocked. Yeah. There are other cards that do something similar that you can get for less mana. But Fish Liver Oil, I think would be serviceable enough. But Island Walk can be stopped, but not by cards that people actually legitimately play. It is not worth worrying about because nobody plays. Let me think here. Lord Magnus. What's the actual? There we go. Island Walk, Swamp Walk, Plains Walk, Forest Walk. They didn't do Mountain Walk. Crevice, Deadfall, Great Wall, Undertow, Quagmire. All block land walk of the color of itself. Like the color of that card. And nobody plays any of these. I'm playing Lord Magnus as one of my commanders because he was an interesting, inexpensive commander who was a druid, and I built druids. So, Fish Liver Oil, go ahead. Nobody is going to play Undertow or Gosta Dirk to counteract your Fish Liver Oil. If they do, somebody's gone really, really deep. Black cards. Janana Freed. Wouldn't bother. Nowadays, you can get a 3/3 flyer for 3 without a drawback. Back in the day, it was okay. And it was only okay. It was a card you could get, you could ritual out on turn 1. But then you wouldn't be able to pay the double black on your first upkeep after it came into play. So you'd have to sack it right away. Why? So you'd have to wait until at least turn 2 to cast it. Leave it there. And nowadays, I remember seeing Foul Imp, I think it was, which was like double black. Double black for a 2/2 flyer. Was it Foul Imp I'm thinking of? I think I'm wrong. Nope. Double black for a 2/2 flyer comes into play, does 2 to you. And that was so much better than what Janona Freet was. It was a mana less, it was 1/1 smaller, but you took 2 damage instead of having to constantly pay 2 mana every turn. Would no, even so, 3 mana for a 3/3 flyer, you can do better than that these days so easily. Would not bother. El Hashash. The first creature to have a triggered version, because it's a stack ability now, a triggered version of lifelink. And hilariously, it's black. And I say hilariously because lifelink is an ability we most commonly associate with white cards. Oh, this is black, but that is it good now? It was okay back in the day. I think if you can find ways that make sense to pump it, and usually you're probably looking at like global pumps, for example. But that being said, you can find. No, no, I would have trouble finding a good home for this because the first place that goes to my mind for a cheap black creature with lifelink is like Banehound. And I played that in standard. One lifelink haste. For a single black versus 3 mana for a 1/1 with triggered lifelink. That being said, because it's a triggered ability, you can stack it. But I still think that would cost too much. I think if El Hajjaj was being written out this way today, you'd have to cut probably a full black mana off minimum. You might bring it down to a single black, but I'd say probably at most black +1. Urg Raiders. Used to be a decent, cheap aggressive creature. Now I think black +1 is about what you get a normal 2/3/4. 2/3/4. Meh. It's about what you would pay for a 2/3 creature. I think no. No, I think even if you're playing with just commons, you can probably do better. You can definitely get a 2 mana 2/2 with relevant creature types these days at common. So, Urg Raiders was, again, back in the day, was fine. It basically incentivized you to attack every turn. Shazam Jin, mentioned earlier. It's a 4 mana, yes, 4 mana, because that is a 2 beside it. Oh, okay. You know, 5/5 deals the damage to you every upkeep. And that was, again, that was the benchmark for a decent cheap, a decent aggressive creature that could close out the game. 4 mana for 5/5 that dealt a damage to you every upkeep. You only need to survive like 3 or 4 removal spells, and then your opponent was dead. No big deal. Playable now? No. Not when you've got things like, you know, not when you've got 4 mana creatures that are 6/6 flying trample. Sure, with something resembling a drawback, but drawbacks that you can get around. Archfiend of the Draws comes to mind. Oh no, if it has no oil counters left, I lose the game. Okay, so I just find a way to make sure it keeps getting oil counters. Proliferate is a thing, for example. Cabal Ghoul. 3 mana 1/1. At the beginning of each end step, put a +1 counter on it for each creature that died this turn. This includes creature tokens, but as well as creatures put into a graveyard before Cabal Ghoul entered the battlefield. Yes. You could, wipe the board with something. Maybe you've got a way to make Abu Jafar into a lethal, into a board devastating threat. And then you pay 3 more mana. And you go Cabal Ghoul, end of turn. This is getting like a dozen counters on it, so it's now a 3 mana, 13/13 or what have you. I think this is a creature that's worth playing. It's also a zombie, so it benefits from all the zombie shenanigans. That Liliana and Gisa and Giraffe and, other, other well-known necromancers and the like enjoy dealing with. I think it's worth playing. I think if you suddenly want a cheap fat creature, especially if you can flash it in somehow after opponent's board wipe, it's just cool, thanks. There are other creatures that have a similar effect. And I would be crazy enough to play as many of them as I could in the same deck to penalize people for trying to play with board wipes. Or hilariously, if somebody tries going crazy on, an aristocrats theme, and dissect this too. Alright, so you sacrificed 187,000 times. Is that what I heard? Yeah. End of your turn, flashing Cabal Ghoul. My turn, fling it at your face. Bye. What? Hasran Ogress. Hilariously, incentivizes you to keep her back to block, not attack. You don't want to attack with her, because otherwise she deals damage to you. But as Flesh Reader pointed out to us, if you can get through for enough damage to kill your opponent first, the damage you take from, like, again, the only point of damage that matters, the only point of life that matters is the last one. You survive at 1 life, and your opponent's dead. you still win. It doesn't matter if you're at 1 life or 120. You know, 1,048,576 life. It doesn't matter. But I would not play her now. You know, I can just for double black I can find such I can find better creatures so much easier. In fact, even playing for one less power, if I'm playing Black Knight, 2/2 first strike pro white is so much better than a random, 3/2 at the same cost. So, hard pass on her. Guardian Beast. If you are playing an artifact based deck and you either have one or you can afford it, and you're playing black and you want to give your artifacts protection and you're willing to put this card in your deck, put this in your deck. It's $450 US. But if it meets, if it does something you're looking for, and you can afford to and you want to, and go ahead. As long as it's untapped, non-creature artifacts you control can't be enchanted, are indestructible, and other players can't gain control of them. Does not remove or is already on them. So bypassing the Guardian Beast, the Guardian Beast protection either involves finding a way to tap the beast in the first place, or or blowing it up. Neither, and the first is not a thing that decks commonly do. And if somebody's playing Guardian Beast to protect your artifacts, they probably have protection for the protector. So expect that to be an uphill battle. I think there are other cards that can do where there's enough overlap. But I think that Guardian Beast is still playable in the right kind of decks. Again, if you're willing to spend 500-ish US on a card for your deck, maybe your name is Post Malone or something like that, and you're willing to spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on individual cards just because you want to. Go ahead. Playable, I would say yes. It's just a bit rich for my blood and for most people I know. Sorceress Queen. Yeah. I actually, let's see here. I'm not sure which one I want the My biggest problem with Sorcerer's Queen is because it's all red and black. I'd want something where the color is good. You know, where you can tell what's going on. But that being said, 3 mana, turn a creature into a 0/2 till end of turn. Uh, yeah. If somebody's gonna try and swing out at you with, you know, Blightsteel Colossus or a, what's the word I'm looking for? Or a Transformed Detali or something equally devastating. Um, cool. You're attacking me with a 0/2 infect instead of an 11/11. Okay. Now I'll block it. No. I think she's worth playing if you're looking at defensive strategy. Um, Otherwise, I mean, to be fair, this she also falls in line with cards like Royal Assassin, where it's like this plus another card kills things. Um, you know, you combine it with cards like Ether Flash, for example. When a creature comes into play, Ether Flash deals 2 damage to it. You then use Sorcerer's Queen on the turn that the creature came into play and say, hey, by the way, you're also now 0/2. And if it doesn't have protection from black or protection from red, the creature, I'm sorry to tell you, your creature is now dead. Um, yeah. Something that's. I think, again, I think a little too. I think you can do better nowadays. I, I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's as good as it used to be. I think if you're looking for something of that nature, I mean, that being said, being able to use it to screw over combat between 2 other people is hilarious. Quambash Witches, great card. Sees a lot. Well, I shouldn't say sees a lot, but sees occasional popper play. 1/3 for double black. Tap it. You ping any target, and then oh, and 1 damage to any target of an opponent's choice. Oh, so I could ping player B's uh, creature, and then ask player C, what do you want the other point of damage to go to? That's hilarious. Also, if you had this out with like a Chroma's Memorial, they can never, none of your stuff can ever be chosen as a target. Um, if you have a Chroma's Memorial, and then you have Basilisk Collar on it, that ping becomes lethal. But even without all that, even without all that, just going, you know, start killing off, sapling tokens or squirrel tokens or whatever, card by card. It's still decent enough. It's still a lot more playable. And then Oubliette. Uh, the first version of Journey to Nowhere we ever had. Except that instead of exiling it, modern wording says it phases in or out. And because it phases in or out, ores and equipment basically stay attached to that creature. Whereas Journey to Nowhere, equipment would fall off and auras would find they've got nothing to be attached to and end up in the graveyard. Because this uses phasing, all that stuff stays. The counters stay, the whole 9 yards. It's treated as though it doesn't exist. It's still there somewhere. Definitely playable. If you're looking for something along the lines of Journey to Nowhere, but you're playing black, not white, definitely a consideration. Actually, I'll just do this the other way. Black. Done. Red. Her Jackal. Her. It is a rare card that actually deals with their generation at all these days. Like that people actually play. I wouldn't be upset for somebody just randomly tossing a Her Jackal into their list. Just so they can deal with the oddball that's like, I'm playing Thrun the Last Troll, or I'm playing Drudge Skeletons, or some other odd creature where it's like, you know, regeneration actually exists. It's fine. It doesn't do anything amazing but it's still fine. I would not behoove someone for playing with Hair Jackal. I by the same token though, I wouldn't put it into every deck. But, if I took my if I took my 5 color, you know, 3 tickets to the zoo, please, deck, and I just wanted some kind of interesting some kind of random interesting uh creature to throw in my deck. You know, Her Jackal is still fine. Alibaba. Remember earlier when I was talking about, people playing, tribal? Wall is a creature type. If somebody was playing with cards that turn around and say, by the way, this thing has got all creature types, Mirror Entity comes to mind. You pay X mana, all creatures you control become, base power and toughness XX and gain all creature types until end of turn. Cool, you've got 6 creatures. I'll pay 6 red mana. I'll tap all your creatures now. Wait, what? Yeah, I'll tap all your creatures. You can't attack me now. What? Yeah. Again, one of those random creatures that I would have no problem playing. You know, if somebody was playing it, yeah. If you're playing against somebody like Tomer from MTG Goldfish, I would have no problem if somebody snuck in a copy of Alibaba into their deck list and went, he likes playing tribal decks once in a while. Go ahead. Okay. Bird Maiden. Unlimited already had a better creature, I believe. Yeah. Didn't it? Granite Gargoyle? Yeah. um. Yeah, Granite Gargoyle was the only flyer in red, but it was rare. Whoops. It was the only flyer in red, but it was rare. This was uncommon. But it had an extra point of power, and it had a way to pump its toughness. But I seem to remember it actually took quite a while for us to get legitimately a card that power crept Bird Maiden. This, from what I remember, was about on par. Like everything else would be balanced based basically on Bird Maiden being considered balanced for red. That is not a thing anymore. Now you got like 2/2 Dragon Whelp type guys. Okay, Dragon Whelp is probably the wrong expression because that's a card name. But oh wait, what's that one that's in standard right now? Yeah. Slick Shot Show Off. 1/2 Flying Haste. 1/2 Flying. So with haste and a triggered ability and a plot ability for 1 less mana. Granted, it's also rare, not common, but based on all of that, I would say you could easily cut a mana off of Bird Maiden and probably give it another ability of some sort. And that would be considered balanced. That being said, yeah, sorry to say, she's not worth playing. Desert Nomads. That entire discussion we had earlier about Camel. Desert Walk means that if your opponent has any deserts in play, they are unblockable. Yeah, it doesn't say anything there. But yeah. Um just like Island Walk, if you have any islands of any sort in play, yeah, same idea here. The card actually called Desert is still the only card that is that has the type Desert that can deal damage to creatures. So that last ability is pretty irrelevant. Pretty irrelevant. It was more relevant, in the first 5 years of the game. But I'm pretty sure by that point, because we'd be talking 1998, so maybe by Urza Saga? What was in Saga? Oh, Memory Jar. I'm pretty sure was in Saga. No, that was Legacy. But that's close enough. This is 99. So yeah, Urza Saga. Oh, you're also Legacy. Grand Monolith. Oh my dog, why are all the cards I'm thinking of from the wrong set? Uh. Wow. Wow. Okay. Nice. Okay, so yeah. 98. But yeah. So definitely by the time Urza Saga came out, pretty sure by the time Tempest came out, I would say even by the time Mirage came out, um, people realized that just the damage prevention on, for desert nomads was irrelevant, and people really weren't playing with it. People would play. The thing is, this is one of those weird cards that 30 years later, people may now have an interest in playing. Because now there's enough deserts that people are willing to play with because they actually do things. Basically, since Salmon Cut came out, but now that Thunder Junction is rolled around and we've got a bunch more, you know, we've got the crime lands, for example. People are actually more interested in playing with desert. No, would be more interested in playing with desert nomads, just for making sure damage can get pushed through. Um, So I would consider Desert Nomad somewhat playable if you're just looking at a deck that runs red and just wants to keep pushing damage through and push damage through. In fact, I might even consider throwing that in, what do you call it? In my mono red Squee Voltron deck as an extra way to um, you know, as maybe a replacement for one of these to just make sure I've got something decent to enchant and push through extra damage. And again, if you want to see all these decks that I keep referring to, just that link there, that tiny URL link will get you to this, and you can take a look over the decks. Idwin of Freet. Idwin of Freet, and its companion Mishai Jin. It took me some time to realize they actually incentivized you to do the opposite of how they looked. So, Idwin of Freet, triple red for a 3/6, and when it blocks, you flip a coin. If you lose the flip, remove Idwin of Freet from combat, and it can't block this turn. So it's like, oops, I'm joking. And if that was the only thing blocking a creature, that creature is now considered unblocked. So what you do is, fine, I paid triple red. I now have a 3/6 attacker. You know, I'm going to attack every turn with this beastie. And Mishai Jin, which we'll get to, you know, a little later when it comes down on list, is basically the same idea, but it's a 6/3 that has a similar coin flip thing when it attacks. And so suddenly you're going to go, okay, well now I've got a 3 mana 6/3 blocker. So it's incentivizing somebody to actually play the opposite of how the card initially looks. And I would not have a problem with either one. I would be more likely to play the Idwin of Freet because even though it's 3 mana for a 3 power creature with 6 toughness that I'm just going to attack every turn with. Whereas, but and maybe I play this in a Toughness Matters deck if I'm, a Toughness Matters deck that runs red. Well, theoretically it's possible. You might have to find a general that's not built around it, but you could still find a way to make it work. And at which point then it would be attacking as a 6/6 for triple red. I think that's pretty good. But yes, Idwin of Freet would play it. Would definitely play it. Um, I think it's quite playable. Ali from Cairo. So I said before, many lots of times. Um, let's see if you come up. There we go. Some time ago, I came up with a not good, not competitive, but I came up with a mono red life gain slash damage prevention deck. Not anti life gain, not anti damage prevention. This deck actually wants to gain life and prevent damage. You'll notice there are 4 Triomes in here, 2 Ketria and 2 Savai. The fact that you have other basic land types in it is relevant. Now there's only 20 lands in here. I'm running 3 Mind Stones to try and help compensate. And I'm running 4 fetches. They all fetch mountains. They can all be the same one. I just went with 4 different ones to try and if somebody's running a card like Pithing Needle, for example, it'll affect 1 card. I'm running Sandstone Needle to try and get me a bit of extra mana out of my lands. I can only use them twice, but when I use them, I get 2 mana each activation. So that will, I'm hoping that's enough to help hedge my mana to make this playable. And I do have a couple of Valhammer's archives. And so my cards are a bit on the expensive side. But the reason I have the Triomes in here, I ideally want 1 Ketria Triome, 1 Savai Triome, and the rest, if they're all basic mountains, they're all basic mountains. That's fine. Collapsing Borders. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player gains 1 life for each basic land type among lands he or she controls. Then Collapsing Borders deals 3 damage to him or her. So if I've got both Triomes out, I gain 5 life and then I take 3. So I net result gain 2. If I have an Alhamrit's archive, which I am not counting on at all, instead of gaining 5, I gain 10. Then I take 3, so I net result gain 7. You'll notice my mountains are all snow covered. Glacial Crevices, 3 mana. Sack a snow covered mountain to basically fog. What's the current wording? Sacrifice a snow mountain, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. So, life gain. Prevent combat damage. Impulsive maneuvers. Whenever a creature attacks, flip a coin. If you win the flip, so basically, if I win, it deals double damage. If I lose, prevent the damage. Fighting Chance. For each blocking creature, flip a coin. If you win the flip, deals no combat damage this turn. Sorceries. Flip a coin. Target opponent calls heads or tails while the coin is in the air. Loser of the flip loses 1 life, the winner gains 1 life, and may choose to repeat the process. Double the stakes each time. Torrent of Lava. X damage to each creature without flying. Each creature gains tap. Prevent 1 damage to this creature from Torrent of Lava. What? 3 alley from Kairos. Couple Balduvian Hydras. Which has an ability that lets me prevent damage to it. Callous Giant. If a sorcerer deals 3 or less damage to Callous Giant, prevent that damage. Fortune Thief. Another version of Valley from Cairo. So I basically have 4 of that effect. Rock Hydra. What was the word? Oh. I can pay a red to prevent the next. Oh, yes. Each point of damage Hydra suffers kills 1 head unless controller spends red per head. So I can spend red mana to prevent damage to the Hydra. And then Soul Gorger Org. Comes into play, I lose all but 1 life. When it leaves play, I gain life equal to the life I lost when it came into play. See, I like my weird decks. But this is a mono red life gain and damage prevention deck. Which has Ellie from Cairo listed in it. Thing is, this would not be considered a red ability. Damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. Nowadays, we say that's a white ability. Yeah, no. That showed up in red first, and I don't know why it's in red. Even from the logic of back in the day, I cannot explain why it would be red. You know, from the era of like Psionic Blast and Life Tap and my gods, I can see the card and I can't think of the name. Volcanic Eruption and all sorts of other weird stuff that just does things that it doesn't make sense to. I cannot explain why. Most cards I can understand why they why they are that. I cannot explain why Ali from Cairo would be red. But it's basically one of those you can't kill me cards until you get rid of him first. And it's even like, and the silly thing is, it's a 4 mana 0/1. Could not explain to you why. That being said, the entire set was based on the 1001 Arabian Nights. So maybe that's got something to do with it. But playable, if you can keep it alive, sure. But there's probably better ways to keep your, to stop you from dying, even in red. Magnetic Mountain. I would I would love to see somebody playing with Magnetic Mountain. 2 red, 1 other. Blue creatures don't untap normally. If on their on that player's upkeep, for each creature they want to be able to untap, they have to pay 4 mana. Now, and flavor-wise, this one, contrary to Ali from Cairo, I can understand. It's a mountain that's got a lot of magnetic ore. You know, it's got a strong magnetic field or whatever. Cool. You know, what's surrounding it? Well, in this case, water. But that also means that anybody that's board, say, a seagoing vessel, or is eating a seagoing vessel, is getting dragged towards it. Would I play this? Yeah. If I felt, oh, do you know it would be completely broke? Okay. So, you play a red-blue deck with no blue creatures in it. So, maybe your general is like a red creature with a blue activated ability, or something of that nature. Let's see here. Is commander ID equal is it? But color equal red. So Mizzix Replica Rider, Rao Monsoon Mage would work because it's red and then turns into a planeswalker, so not affected. So not Uvilda / Nasari, because that's I guess if you cast it as Nasari, but yeah, Mystics and Rao, definitely, for sure. And then you play, what are you called? Was it Shifting Sky? I don't think it was Shifting Sky. Yes, Shifting Sky. You play Shifting Sky and Painter's Servant. And you make everything blue. Actually, no. That does not. Unless you can play it as a creatureless deck, or you play with cards that don't have tap abilities and have vigilance, so like from Chroma's Memorial. Which is doable. And then just anybody wants to be able to untap their creatures, they're going to have to pay 4 mana per creature each upkeep. Oh man. And then you get to play with a card like Onslaught. This thing. Whenever you cast a creature spell, tap target creature. Oh, that would really. Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing a way to just be a royal pain in the. So now I got asked the goldfish crew. Would this be considered a stacks piece? Anyway, move. So yes, I can see that being played. Moving along, Aladdin. 2 red, 2 other for a 1/1. Pay 2 red +1. Tap. Gain control of target artifact for as long as you control Aladdin. Yeah, gain control of target artifact, lose control of target artifact if Aladdin leaves play or if you lose control of Aladdin. So how about a mono red what do you call it? Oh bloody hell. What about a mono red aristocrat style deck, but you're playing with cards like ATOG as your sack outlet? Oh, I'm gonna steal your artifact now and sack it to this. Oh, yeah. Um, yeah, Aladdin, I can see getting played. The, I mean, thankfully, there's a Chronicles printing that's like 50 cents. Yeah, would definitely play it if and it fits the theme of like a lot of the decks that I try to do, which is playing something that's off the wall. Actually, where are you? Non-blue control. I could I could see me. Wow, I could see me throwing. I could see me throwing Aladdin in there because it's not even for as long as it remains tapped or anything like that. So you could get it untapped. No, no, no. You just yeah. There's the Mishai Jin I was talking about. Uh, 3 mana, 6/3. When it attacks, flip a coin. If you lose the flip, remove it from combat and tap it. So would still be tapped because it doesn't have vigilance. The Oracle text. Here's the thing. The Oracle text only says tap it because the printed text says about tap. Mijai Jin is tapped but does not attack because creatures tap when they attack unless they've got vigilance. I think. Oh, no. Yeah, if it just said remove it from combat, I think it would still be tapped. But if it had vigilance, it wouldn't be. Anyway, again, triple red for a 6/3. I would be probably holding this back as a blocker compared to Idwin of Free, which would be a 3/6 attacker. I'd probably be fine with that. But less likely to play Mishai Jin, although this is a creature that I'd be more likely to play in a deck that had fling effects. So I want the creature. if I'm playing a deck that I want the creature there for its power, but not necessarily to attack with. So, um, what's called Vigian. Yeah, Vigian Hydropon is basically a 5/5 that can't attack or block. If I only care about the size of the creature and not its, and not its combat, not the ability to, not what it can do actually do in combat, then yeah, Mishai Jin I could make work. Um, do I think it's playable? I think it's harder to make playable than Edwin Efreet. Because it also the problem with Mishai Jin is because it's only got 3 toughness. It also dies to a lot. It does kill a lot, but it dies to a lot. I will also point out that both Mishai Jin and Edwin Efreet are triple red. So if you're also looking to up your devotion to red, you know, that's that's 2 cards you can play to just severely jumpstart your red devotion. Um I I would say that in general, though, the Idwin of Freet is more playable than Mijai Jin. Um, Rook Egg? Wow. Rook Egg went from Arabian Nights straight to 8th edition. No additional prints in between. And the 9th edition, that was it. Again, if you're looking for an aristocrat deck that runs red, this would be fine. The problem with aristocrat creatures in general, though, is you generally want its initial body to be relatively decent. And then, what you get when it dies to be decent. And 4 mana for 0/3 just doesn't strike me as decent. Although, hilariously, if you go red white and you run Solemnity or a similar effect and Luminous Broodmoth and a sack outlet, you can just make an infinite number of 4/4 birds. You combine that with an effect like Pandemonium, and you just nuke your opponent's 4 damage at a time. So it's fine. Um So yeah, I would be looking if I'm looking to play this, I'd be looking at some kind of like combo ways to play it. Otherwise, it'd just be, eh. Curd Ape used to see a decent amount of play, even at one point in Modern. Um, I think if Modern, I think in Modern, if you're playing Red Green, you know, plus or plus possibly some other colors, you probably still want Curd Ape on your radar because you know, it blocks Ragavan all day long, for example. Um, it should at least be a consideration there. But in Commander, one red for a 2/3 that doesn't do anything else. I mean, it's a decent size. It's just you you really want your creatures like if it was let's say it was a 0/2 and it got +1 power for each forest you control. That would probably be. See, that would be the kind of cards that I could see getting played in Commander. But as such, I just don't see it. Green. Yeah, Gazban Ogre. Again, another card that used to see a lot of play back in the day. Cheap aggressive green creature. You play it on turn 1, you start attacking for 2 on turn 2. If a player has more life than each other player, the player with the most life gains control of it. Since you're attacking with a 2 power creature on turn 2, you're probably going to be um, you're probably going to have the higher life total. It eventually got booted out because of Nettle Sentinel in combination with Elf shenanigans. I mean, it's still okay. It's just a little harder when you've got when you've got 3 opponents instead of 1 to make sure you're at the highest life total. That being said, throw Spirit Link on it, or Life Link, or Vampiric Link, or Soul Link, or basically any life gain, you know, any life gain effect. Um, I think it's still fine. I, I, but I think I think it's just it's too easily outclassed by the pro. The problem with 1 mana creatures in a format like Commander is they really need to do something really exceptional or really relevant to what your deck is trying to do. Give me a sec here. Okay, we're good. Sorry, something looked a little funny for a moment. If it's just a 1 mana creature that all it is a creature, that creatureness has to be exceptional or progress your. It needs to do more than just be a decent body. And that's, which is part of the reason why, like, Viscera Seer sees play. It's more than just a decent, it's more than just an acceptable size. It's a 1 mana 1/1. But you sack creatures so you can scry, which is deck manipulation, which is a sack outlet, which is, a few things going on. Llanowar Elves and their ilk tap for mana, so you're ramping. Um, you know, uh, sort by EDH track. So, out of the first 8 cards, 5 of them tap for mana. Then you get Esper Sentinel, which draws cards. Viscera Seer, that's a sack outlet that scries. Ragavan, which gets you extra cards and treasure. Mana plus other stuff. Protection, sack outlet. Unblockable plus having all creature types is relevant. Mana. Life gain shenanigans. Mana. More life gain shenanigans. Actually, let me rephrase that. Just a really frickin' big creature, because if you play that on turn 1, it's already a 1 mana 6/6 lifelink. Removal, protection of sorts, life. Life gain shenanigans. Mill strategies, catch up ramp, protection, combo shenanigans, fog frog, combo shenanigans via mana. Combo shenanigans. I mean, this combined with Stitcher Supplier, you have an artifact in play that you're willing to sacrifice, like Ichor Wellspring, or or the like, and you have a big relevant artifact. Who knows? Maybe Coveted Jewel in your graveyard, and you sack the tool. You sack the Wellspring, get the Coveted Jewel back in play. Makes a bunch of dragons. Life shenanigans. Mill. Evasive smash 3 for damage. Carries equipment really well. Elves, because that's a deck people love. dies and turns into whatchamacallit, treasure, unblockable, protection, uh, make your creatures bigger. You know, there's just, but none of like how many of these creatures are being played just to be a creature? Even Universal Automaton, sure, it's just a creature, but it's got Changeling, which means it's affected by anything that cares about a relevant creature type. You know, sacrifice the goblin, add red. Okay, I can sacrifice the Universal Automaton to it. You know, Gravecrawler, cool. I can, it counts as a zombie, so I can keep bringing Gravecrawler back. Which the Changeling Outcast also does. Um, and the stuff that's in here that I'm seeing that's there just be a creature, like Triton realistically Triton Shorestalker and Slitherblade so far, are there because they can't, and and Changeling Outcast are there because they're unblockable, so they can wear, equipment and ores very easily. Now you look at Gazban Ogre and it's like, Gazban Ogre is going to end up bouncing around between players quite a bit. It's not going to be that simple anymore. Urnimjin. Back in the day, 4 mana, 4/5, can't be blocked. At the beginning of your upkeep, you choose one of your opponent's creatures, and that gains Forest Walk until your next turn. Okay. That used to be a acceptable thing. It can still make sense if you're playing with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth to turn around and turn everybody's lands into forest, but you're always, and in a circumstance like that, you're always going to make somebody's creature unblockable. So what do you do? And that forest walk only goes away on your next upkeep. It doesn't go away when the Jinn dies. It goes away. It changes. On the up. So you have to turn around and decide who are you going to favorite this time, and it can't be one of your creatures. And if you're not into dealing with that kind of stuff, you're looking at a 4 mana 4/5, which is just so easy to. I think you can even do better than that at common these days. Pretty sure you can. uh let me think here. There we go. Oh. You're the one with. Yeah, you're dork. Okay. As a friend of mine likes to put, you're the one with the serial numbers uh, taken off. Okay. So, yeah. So, typically you're looking at 4/4s. But it's not hard to end up with it being. It's not hard for it to be bigger than a 4/4. You know, uh, either version of Nylia with devotion greater than 5, is a 5/6 or a 6/6. Uh, oh my god. Experiment 12. When it's turned face up, put. If you play this face down and then turn it face up, it's an 8/8 trample. Run Packmaster, Champion and Elf, that's not hard to deal with. Um, Hunted Wampus, yeah, fine. Unstoppable Lash, Champion of Treefolk or Warrior. I mean, again, we go back to the Unstoppable or Unstable, whatever it was, the Automaton. Temperamental Oozewag becomes a 6/6. This is a 5/4 instead of a 4/5, which is basically the same size with, you know, with an attack trigger. You know, I mean, yes, most of them are going to be 4/4s, but some of them aren't. I don't know. I think you can. I think you can do better. And also, I'm specifically looking at cards that have got, that cost 4, that are exactly green, that have a 3 in their cost. If I do this, I add Roshin Meanderer. Sturdy Hatchling, which might be the. Oh, and not Vold Hermit. But yeah, like I said, Ernum Jin, I think he can do better. If Biffa Freet, weird card. It basically is like it's a hurricane on wings. The problem is it can hit, like, it hits all flyers and players, but relevantly, it hits flyers, which it is. Can you get around that? Sure, there's ways around it. It's not necessarily going to be easy, but there's ways around it. That does, however, technically make it, in a manner of speaking, though, a green burn spell because it's a green creature that deals damage to players. And if that's the thing that you're looking for, such as this list I'm working on, if Biff or Feet say hi. Hi. Yeah. But especially with the number of people that are playing with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, there's just all it takes is like somebody going, okay, I'll ping everybody and all flyers for 3, get the Ifrit off the board, and then continue on with their game. That being said, throwing a Basilisk Collar on it and just ping for 1 and gain a bunch of life in the process would be funny. I take down all the dragons at the same time. But yeah, don't really think it's that good in Commander. Would again, playing it in decks that are trying to do weird things. But yeah. Woolly Wolf. 2 mana for a 1/1. Tap, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Perfectly fine. Perfectly acceptable in my opinion. And I mean, especially in a format where you can play, 4-ofs, would be really good. I think it's still okay. Like this is commonly an ability that you normally see in white creatures. So if you're not playing white, I think you're fine. Question is it enough? And I'm not sure about the answer. The problem is you're also going to be fighting for slots with things like Gaia's Anthem. Not Gaia's Anthem. What is it called? There's that. Type enchantment. Sylvan Anthem. Yeah, Sylvan Anthem. So yeah, I would play cards like Sylvan Anthem long before long before I got to Woolly Wolf. That being said, if you're again, I mean, first of all, It can target any creature. It doesn't have to be your own. Uh, if you're building off an interesting theme, like, Wolf Tribal, for example, Wolf slash Werewolf Tribal, Woolly Wolf would be fine. But I don't see it making a home in most decks, unfortunately. Nav Sasp, are you in here? No, you're not. Okay. Oh, because it doesn't deal damage. That's why. It's life loss. I might actually have to look into that. Because Nav Sasp kind of occasionally hits as a 2-power creature. So might be worth a consideration in my mono green burn deck. But again, unless you're trying to do something unusual, wouldn't bother it because because you only deal the damage. Yeah. Oh yeah, at the beginning of their next draw step. So yeah, it'll only do the extra damage once. Singing Tree? Wow. Pushing $200. It's over 180. Singing Tree, again, just like Sorcerer's Queen earlier, would probably consider, if I had one and I was willing to put it into a deck, would probably play it. Would probably play it in Dosan actually. Would probably be so. Here's the thing about my Dosan list. Okay, this is not up to date, but this is my starting point. Dosan the Falling Leaf was designed to be a mono green deck that felt like an Esper control deck. And one of the key premises to it was if I could find a green card to do a thing, I would take a green card before I went to a colorless card. So, and I was also insistent on beating down with flying creatures. So, board removal, Beast Within, Chain of Acid, Desert Twister. Yes, I had to go to Desert Twister. Distractor Dragon, which kills 2 birds with 1 stone because it's a 4/4 flyer at a not unreasonable rate, 6 mana. During, what was this? A decade ago now. Is reasonable when you're looking at green creatures. When it dies, blow up a non-creature permanent. Shut down one of your opponent's generals. A fight spell that's a land on the other side. Mold Shambler, Navenral's Disc. I've since found out about what are they called? Azuri's Predation, and I forgot what the other one is, but it gives you tokens, Death Touch. But Navenral's Disc literally going there and going, hey, pop, 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 pop. Blow up a bunch of creatures and leave some, and leave a handful of tokens behind. Put non-creature permanent, Primal Command, put non-creature back on top of its own library, then make them shuffle. Rain of Thorns, blows up a lot of stuff. Reclaiming Vines, Root Grapple, Tornado. 3 cards for graveyard removal, 4 cards for recursion, Elixir of Immorality being the one card that lets me get everything back. Card draw. Crystal Ball. I think I can replace Crystal Ball these days with something green. I'll have to look into it, but I think I can. Garruk Primal Hunter eventually got taken out because he just didn't. A lot of the creatures that I had just weren't that big. And so it was commonly like -3 to draw like 1 or 2 cards. I forgot what I replaced it with. I think I replaced it with that elf that what are you? It's like green +4 and tap it to draw a card. Costs 1 less for each +1 counter on your creatures or something like that. My deck is right here. Oh yeah, Somberwall Beastmaster is the other card I was thinking of. Oh, I have Entourage of Trust in here, which gives me the Monarch and can block an additional creature as long as I'm the Monarch. It's annoying when I can see the card in my head and it's like, cannot remember what it does at all. Well, I shouldn't say not at all. I'm just, yeah. Or did I take you out too? No, I think I took that out. Because it was probably too slow for card draw. Also, I had some other random stuff that I'd come across that it's like, oh, I can get that. 4 cards for countering. 16 flyers to quote-unquote beat down with. Bayou Dragonfly, not unreasonable to actually get through for damage. I think that got replaced. Emerald Dragonfly, I think, got replaced because they were the smallest. Cosmic Wasps, I think I kept. Locust Form, I don't remember if I kept. Scrib Sprites, I know I got rid of. I have Pixie Queen, which can give a creature flying until end of turn. I have Old Gnawbone in here. And I've picked up a couple of other newer green flying creatures as well. Arborea basically is a green version of Moat. Bower Passage. I also had, oh, what was the other one? Raking Vines or whatever it's called. Whenever a flyer attacks you, it takes 4. Cyclone is basically a variant of Pestilence that essentially has cumulative upkeep. But instead of having to pay mana into it every turn to do the Pestilence thing, you're paying, whatever you paid to keep the Cyclone around as the damage is stealing. Elder Druid combined primarily. Elder Druid was there primarily to go with Navinro's disc, and when I took the disc out because I got my hands on Azur's Predation, I didn't need the disc anymore, so I got rid of the Druid. Grafted Exoskeleton is there. Yeah. I want a lot of cards. I want, or a lot of decks. I want something there to be the, deal with me now, or or your game might not last long. Case as a global pump, probably should get replaced with Gaia's Anthem or Sylvan. Probably Sylvan's Anthem would be the better option. Sandworm Convergence. If you had Sandworm Convergence and Moat, nothing could attack you. Creatures with flying can't attack you, or planeswalkers are. And then creatures without flying can't attack you. It's like, okay, have a nice day. Maddocks. I've added Circle of. I think it's Circle of the Land Druid. That's like a Gaia's Cradle on a body. And Growing Rights of Itlimoc I managed to add as well. I think I took out this Coney gem because I didn't really need it. Fetches. I know I cut some of the fetches out. Yeah. Anyway. Where am I? But yeah, if I now that I've gone through that, now that you can actually see the kind of deck that it is, Sing Tree would definitely end up going in that if I had one that I was comfortable putting into a deck. Cyclone. Cyclone obviously made it into the deck. Drop of Honey, again, really expensive to get, but if I had one that I was comfortable putting into a deck, I would probably throw it into, I'd probably throw it in a Dosan, because being able to make people lose their creatures, yeah, sure. Still, so in any sort of control deck, Sing Tree I think would be worth it. Cyclone, not generally worth it, but if you're going for something unusual. Is Cyclone on here? Tell me Cyclone is in here. Yes, Cyclone is in here. Drop of Honey. Worth playing if you're playing a control strategy, especially if you're trying to do something where you need an Abyss effect and you're not playing black for whatever reason. Sandstorm. Not really worth it in general. In a constructed format, sure, I could see somebody putting a play set in their sideboard in Pauper, let's say. But in general, nah, wouldn't play it in wouldn't play it in Commander. There's just there's better options. Desert Twister. I do play it. Um, it's probably like third or fourth on my list of green cards that I want to blow up like any permanent. But it is on my list. You know, it is a card that is in my Dosan deck. Because, like, they've come out with 2 new permanent types since the game came out. And it can just turn around and go, oh, okay, you're a permanent. Blow it up. Yes, it's 6 mana. But you're also playing green, which can get to 6 mana faster than others. Like, as an example, that Llanowar tribe that's in my deck, that's a turn 3 play. And it taps for triple green. So that means on turn 4 I can Desert with Twister someone. You know. One of those cards that I think people just forget exist, or people go, it costs too much. Like, if you have if you have turn 3 Soul Ring, or any kind of way of getting 2 extra mana before turn 4 starts, or on turn 4 you tap a source and you cast Mana Vault, then yes, on turn 4 you can blow up any permanent that you want that you think is going to be a problem. You know, you can blow up your maze. You can blow up a Maze of Ith. You can blow up a Jace the Mind Sculptor. You can blow up, you know, Invasion of Ravnica. You can blow up, you know, Krenko Mob Boss. It doesn't matter. And yeah, sure, it's 6 mana, but it deals with anything. And if you're not playing white, you know, if you're playing green and you're not playing white, then Desert Twister is a really strong answer to pretty much any threat out there. If you're playing red, I would probably certain colors have easier answers to certain things, but green has probably got the corner on being a monocolored card that can answer, like, with a single card that can answer any permanent. They have, that I can think of off the top of my head, at least 2 cards that can blow up any permanent. White, I only know of 1 off the top of my head, which is Generous Gift, compared to Beast Within for green. Red can't blow up any. Well, no. Red can get rid of permanents, but usually through some kind of polymorphing effect. You know, turning it into something else. Um, Blue, as far as I know, can't do it at all. And black can't do it on its own. Black generally needs white. See cards like Vindicate. I am not aware of any mono black cards that can go, that say destroy target permanent, or even destroy target permanent with a restriction, i.e., destroy target permanent that, with mana value 3 or greater or something. So yes, I would I would play I think Desert Twister should get more play than it does. Metamorphosis. Sack a 1 green, sack a creature, just an additional cost. Get that card's mana value plus 1 of any one color, but only to cast creature spells. Find a creature that you can cast for absolutely cheap. Let's say Gurmag Angler, which is a 7 mana 5/5, but it's got Delve. You then sacrifice it to get 8 mana of any one color, but you can only use that to cast creature spells. Boy, that's a problem, isn't it? Okay, well, you're playing black because Gurmag Angler. So what creatures in black and green can you cast for 8 mana combined? The answer is a lot, including, having to recast your general, more than likely. I would say probably worth playing if you need additional ritual effects and if you have enough creatures that you can cast on the cheap. And when I say cast on the cheap, I don't mean cheap creatures to cast. I mean creatures that look like they cost a lot to cast, but have ways to bypass that. Affinity is also a good example. Having cards like Mere Enforcer, for example, where it's a 7 mana 4/4, but if you've got enough artifacts in play, you just go, oh, I got 7 artifacts. Thunk. Free creature. Tap Tree of Tails. Sacrifice Mere Enforcer. Get myself 8 green mana. Well, we'll start off with a Primal Crux. And, I don't know. Colonian Tusker? Or whatever. But yeah, if you have creatures that you can play on the cheap and you want/need ritual effects, consider Metamorphosis. Now, there were no multicolored cards back then. So, colorless cards. Okay. And artifacts only had a single color. Pyramids. The next time target land would be destroyed this turn, remove all damage marked on it instead. Now that looks weird because why would you deal damage? Why would you deal damage to a land? How would you deal damage to a land? Well, the easiest answer to that is somebody has turned it into a creature, and then went, attacked into it or lightning bolt or whatever. But that wording hides something. If I strip mine or wasteland your land. Instead of destroying the land, it removes all damage marked on it. What? Give me a sec here. Whoops. I just realized I probably should have done this. So, but what does that actually mean? It means that an effect like strip mine will not have its normal effect on the land. Now, are you concerned, realistically, about strip mine effects? I would say most decks probably not. I would say that if somebody's trying to blow up my land, I'm like, eh? Destroy target or attach to a land. Um, you can actually use that to blow up somebody's wild growth and uh, abundant growth and Nilay's presence and all the other auras that people like to throw on lands so they can untap a single land with Arbor Elf or whatnot and generate a lot of mana. So I think based on that, it's not unreasonable for it to see some amount of play. But I don't think this doesn't feel like one of those cards that I would go out of my way to play. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. I wouldn't be, I'm not going to tell someone not to play it. But I think it's a bit more narrow than is reasonable. And before I get too far involved in this, I'll be right back. I gotta make a quick side trip. Be right back. Woo, chair stream. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, pyramids, it's fine. Largely looking to save a specific land, realistically, from strip mine effects. Although it does also have the side benefit if somebody's playing with cards like Armageddon, with enough mana you can save. Well, pyramids cost 6, so chances are you can save at least 3 lanes from Armageddon. That's not nothing. Which could leave you a fair amount ahead of, a fair amount of your opponents. If you've got, let's say, oh good lord. Alright, let's go Magical Christmas Land for a moment. I mean, if you really want to go Magical Christmas Land, you've managed to keep Lost Veil, Lotus Veil, and Scorched Ruins in play. You have 10 mana when everybody else has got, when everybody else is having to start from scratch. But, more realistically, you're going to have 4 mana, maybe 5. And everybody else is going to be starting from scratch. So, not completely unreasonable. Chandor's Ring. 60. So, again, keep in mind, Chandor's Ring is going to be assumed balanced on the assumption that... You know what? I just realized. Oh no, that's fine. Is going to be balanced based on the assumption that Jayem de Tome is balanced. And we relatively recently, I think it was during Dominaria as opposed to Dominaria United, where we got Arcane Encyclopedia, where they finally went and instead of going 4 to cast and then 4 tap to draw a card, they went 3 and 3. But based on the assumption of 4 and 4, Chandor's Ring, 6 to cast, 2 tap and discard the last card that you drew this turn. Draw a card. 2 more to cast initially, 2 less to activate, but that 2 less to cast, or 2 less to activate is going to continue on for the rest of the game as long as you've got the ring in play. But discarding the last card that you drew this turn. So, draw 3 cards for an effect. Draw 1, draw 2, draw 3, 2 tap, discard this one to draw a new one. The problem is you have to, it's going to have to be a specific card that you drew that you discard. It can't just be discard any card. That being said, anything that wants you to draw extra cards is gonna care. Anything that cares about you discarding cards is gonna care. Anything that's gonna try and put extra cards in your graveyards is gonna care. I think there's probably enough out there where it'll show up on people's radar. But I think If I'm just looking to draw extra cards, I would probably rather play Giam Tome and Arcane Encyclopedia. And in fact, I even go a step further and I play Bonder's Ornament. Initially just in my commons only decks, and then realize that I have enough. It's basically a manaless with upside. I might as well just draw extra cards with it and start putting it in some of my other decks as well, which is you know, this is not a card that's on most people's radar. It's a common. It's not anything amazing, but it's if nobody else in your play group is playing with Bonder's Ornament, it's 4 tap, draw a card. And I think in most decks, I would rather play that over Jandor's Ring. I think if I'm playing with enough madness effects and similar other cards, Jandor's Ring might warrant going in. But as we'll see, I don't know if it's in this set um, or a set that will be coming up soon. There's better cards for that kind of effect. Sitting in a bottle. Sin in a bottle affects all these cards. But thing originally printed in the Arabian Nights expansion. It will get City of Brass. Any printing of City of Brass, it will hit. But yeah, there's so few cards from Antiquities that people actually care about. Like, let's be realistic here. Bazaar of Baghdad, maybe. Alley from Cairo, maybe. Uh, City of Brass, yes. Uh, Diamond Valley, probably. Drop of Honey, probably. Uh, Flying Carpet, maybe. Although I think, what the heck is the skeet shooter? Um, Legacy Weapon, I think it is. No, Predator Flagship is much better for that. Um, Library of Alexandria, if you can get away with it, sure. Because it's not a cheap card. Yeah, probably not. Although, City in a Bottle, the way it was originally printed and the way it was errated based on the printing basically turned around and said that if somebody was trying to play, like, people would occasionally side, have City in a Bottle in their sideboard as hate against people that were playing, pimped out versions of their decks because they would play things like Arabian Nights Mountains. Because Mountain was the only basic land that got printed in Arabian Nights. Because apparently, if I remember correctly, and I may have this wrong, but I'm going based on what I remember hearing many years ago, they were going to print basic lands in all the, in every set. And they decided, kind of last minute ish, that, well, no, we're not going to do that. And all the basic lands got taken off the sheet, except they missed Mountain. So Mountain ended up getting printed. Now, if somebody's got a deck, let's say you're playing mono red burn. And you're pimping it out and you decide to go all Arabian Mountains. And somebody sides in, City in a Bottle against you. You suddenly can't play any of your mountains. All your mountains you already have in play are getting blown up. Hey, I try. Um, I probably won't be because you should be able to check my YouTube to see if I've got Discord there. I believe I've got Discord set up on there. What do you actually do? Don't know. Anyway, so that would blow up all your opponent's mountains for 2 mana and not allow them to play anymore. Which basically might leave them to, like, a Mox and a Lotus as mana sources. If they're lucky, Mox, Lotus, and, like, Sol Ring. But they couldn't play lands. City of Brass would similarly be affected, but it's affected under current wording as well. Under the way it was handled initially, though, yeah, there was a... Yeah, there was a time when you could actually go, oh, yeah, I'm gonna blow up all your mountains and stop you from being able to play more. Yeah, it was kind of silly. Would not play City in a Bottle these days. Again, there's so few. In competitive play, I might find a slot for one in the sideboard. Maybe against a mana-based dredge deck. But against because I can stop City of Brass that way, which because Dredge is gonna run so little mana producing lands, um, it might be worth it. But in Commander, I don't think there's enough cards in Arabian Nights that people actually care about playing. It would basically be stopping people from playing City of Brass and maybe one or two other cards. Sandals of Abdallah. And basically a artifact that allows you to do fish liver oil. Meh? But you can do it to a different creature every turn. Also, again, doesn't have to be a creature you control. I would say it's playable. Uh, Ringamaroof. God damn it. Ringamaroof does not work under the current rulings about Commander, because Commander basically turns around and says if a card can bring something else from outside the game, it doesn't. In the Commander variant, you can't bring a card you own into the game from outside it. If uh, a traditional Magic card by default can't be brought into the game from outside by means not provided on the card itself. Hmm. Yeah. So Ringamaroof, as far as I'm aware, does not work in Commander. So I did a derp. But it should be like that. So assume that unless if your play group allows you to use it, go ahead. Do not expect people at your local game store or you know at a Grand Prix or whatever to allow you to use it. Flying carpet, basically like Sandals of Abdullah. Except the same cost, same activation. But Sandals say that when the creature dies, you blow up the Sandals. The carpet, if somebody falls off the carpet, they fall off the carpet. The carpet's going to keep flying around. I think it's fine. Um, but most colors that are looking for flying creatures have enough ways to, like, have enough creatures that can fly anyway that I don't think it's really a problem. You know, even back in the day, it wasn't unreasonable. Let's say just for lulz. What flying creatures are there before 1996? 14. Hey, Argo. Yeah, currently going through what's in Arabian Nights. And then when I'm done looking at them with respect to Commander. Oh yeah, already saw that, and then took a look and went, "Wow, that thing is really, really bad." Like, I did not realize how bad it actually was when I was younger. Oh yeah. Like I thought it was okay, but I didn't think it like I looking back at it now, I realize it's a lot worse than I thought it was back then. And keep in mind, yeah, yeah, but when we get to Homelands, yes, I know Homelands. Um, yeah, but Mahamadi's problem was it just wasn't that good. It was like 6 mana for a 5/6 flyer, I think. Um, like one of my favorite big blue creatures from back in the day was Marjan from Homelands. That thing was actually pretty good. You know, whatever, downsides, this, that, whatever. I thought it was actually playable. Yeah, that thing. Let me pull it up on here for a sec. Because sometimes when it's a block of text, it's easier to actually see it this way. So it doesn't end tap normally. So it basically has Island Home. Can't attack unless the defender's got islands. When you have no islands, you sack it. Doesn't untap normally. 2 blue and sack a creature to untap only during your upkeep. 2 blue. Marjan gets -1/-0 till end of turn and deals 1 damage to target attacking creature without flying. Do you know how much I was able to make use of this ability? As long as you've got enough blue mana, sure, it could become like a -38/8. But you just mowed down. Oh yeah, I used to love this card. Because I could just sit there and like, oh, okay, you're attacking me with like 5/1/1s? Okay, I paid 10, you know, I pay some mana. Sure, I'll block one. I'll shrink down, okay, and I'll just kill that, kill that, kill that, kill that, and block the other one. Sorry, you were saying? Yeah, did not care. But on Fish Just Conius, I thought it was meh, it's fine back then. And, I relatively recently realized it is not good. It is literally all downside. It is big and is just all downside otherwise. That being said, yeah, Flying Carpet, like I was saying, if you're looking for flying creatures, basically every color has got enough ways to you know, get their creatures to have flying. If you're playing goblins, you can probably, there's probably enough flying goblins or whatnot that you might want to play, etc., etc. I don't think flying carpet is worth it in modern times. In the first few years of the game, sure, but in the last probably 15 years, probably not. Brassman. Again, the same problem a lot of small creatures have in Commander. They have to do they have to be able to do more than just be a creature. Um at one point if memory serves me correctly, at one point the Oracle text on Brassman made made the upkeep cost a activate ability, so you could actually do combo stuff with it. Um, it's not worded that way now, which is unfortunate because it would have been fine to have it that way. Commander would have liked it that way. But then that would just end up being another machine gun combo, so maybe it's a good thing we don't have it that way. Uh, yeah, and again, it doesn't do anything other than be a creature. Aladdin's Ring. Aladdin's Ring is fine. Yeah, 16 mana for 4 damage. If the thing is, if you're looking for colorless damage sources, like, sure, you may want to compare it to something like, let's say, Walking Ballista. Okay? Which is double X and a remove counter for, for 1 damage. So, okay. If you cast it initially, it's 8 mana. Take those counters off and chuck them for a damage each. So that's 8 mana, and you get to do 4 damage. Except if you want to be able to keep the ballista around, and barring other shenanigans, because there's always shenanigans available, because welcome to Magic, it's 4 mana to put another counter on it. Well, so for that 16 mana, you either paying for 8 counters up front, or maybe you're paying for 4 counters up front and then activating it twice. And now you've got 6 counters, so now you can do 6 damage. But then you're out of counters and you're out of ballista. So compared to Walking Ballista, again, barring shenanigans, because, Heliod and the Sun Gun and all that other stuff, if you're just looking for something to ping any target, and keep in mind, when it says any target, that includes things that didn't exist when the game was created. You can shoot battles with this, which is hilarious. I would say if you have a little bit. I would say if you have some kind of way to make Walking Ballista go broken, like, was it Heliod Suncrowned, I think it is? Then sure, play that instead. But Aladdin's Ring otherwise is going to be a lot more mana efficient than Walking Ballista. If you've got some way of getting Walking Ballista extra counters on the cheap, use that instead. But if you're just looking at, especially, later in the game, and it doesn't even have to be late in the game, just later in the game. If you're playing black, let's say, and you've got Urborg and Cabal Coffers. I think if you have 5 lands in play, you end up at 8 mana. Tap, activate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll be at 7. So if you have 6 lands in play, you have enough to activate the ring and have 2 left over, I think. Tap, activate. 1, 2, so 6, 7, 8, 9. You'll have 1 left over. And basically each swamp beyond that is basically 2 more mana. 1 for tapping itself and 1 being counted through Cabal Coffers. So 6 swamps in play. 6 lands in play, including Urborg and Cabal Coffers. And you can start shooting stuff with Aladdin's Ring. Oh man. And again, it doesn't sound like a lot. But 4 damage starts adding up when you're mowing down. Oh yeah. Ebony Horse. Again, we're looking at the old Maze of Ith trick here. Prevent. Okay, that's just combat damage. So, Ebony Horse, you can either turn around and say, oh, You're going to block with that. Well, no, I'm just going to like remove this from the entire fight, and no, you're not getting involved. I've changed my mind. Or you could maze with it, and basically, you know, after combat damage has already been dealt and resolved, because a creature is considered attacking until the end of combat step. And so you could untap it during then and give it a sort of pseudo vigilance. Um, Aladdin's ring, I probably isn't quite good enough. Although, hilariously, if you really want to be annoying, there's the oh, was it? There's Tower of Fortunes. I forget what the one is. There's one that deals 12 damage to a creature. That's an activated artifact. And you just turn around and go, hey, by the way, Stuffy Doll, here, take 12. By the way, that also means you take 12. And your opponent's basically on a 3-turn clock. If somebody happened to have an Aladdin's ring in their deck, I wouldn't be completely upset about it. I wouldn't tell them what the hell's wrong with you. You can do some fun things. I mean, it is an artifact, so you can always turn it into an artifact creature. Have a. I know I keep going to this well, but it's just so easy. Chroma's Memorial. You know, swing with an 8-point vigilant flying creature, and then pay, tap, and deal another 4. Yeah, I Aladdin's ring would be fine. Ebony Horse, if you need another Maze of Ith effect to basically give something pseudo vigilance. Although if you're looking for actual vigilance, there's probably better ways to do it. Dancing Scimitar. This feels like it goes in a Toughness Matters deck. The fact that it's got flying is actually a lot more relevant than I think most people will give it credit for. Being a 1/5 in a Toughness Matter deck means it attacks as a 5/5 flyer for 4 mana. So, I think this would be a fine card to play in Commander, if you've got a good home for it. Toughness Matters seems to be a good spot. Bottle of Suleiman. How much coin flipping do you want to try and do? Well, you can only do one because you sacrifice the bottle as a part of the cost. However, if you have a way to manipulate legally manipulate the coin flipping, such as Krark's Thumb, then you've got a better chance of of getting that 5 thing words of getting that 5/5 Djinn. Is it really worth paying 5 mana to get a 5/5 Djinn? Is it worth 5 mana to get a 5/5 colorless flying creature? Again, I think you can do better. But it would certainly be entertaining for people that have never come across it before. If you're looking at just, having fun with your kitchen table, I'd say it's fine. Aladdin's lamp. Note the cost up here. This was the first time they tried having a cost of 10. And as a result, they didn't have a 10. And what they could have done was have, a 1 in a circle and a 0 in a circle. But the problem is the way cards are costed. That would make things look like it cost 1 mana because it's 1 plus 0. So 5 and 5 actually makes more sense because if you think about even the cards that existed back then, it was, you just take a look at what the symbols are, and I have to pay this cost and this cost and this cost, even before we hit multicolored cards. You would have cards that had like 2 different symbols. You would have, it was a really bad, it was a bad card back then. But you had Pearled Unicorn. 2 and white. So I have to pay 2 and I have to pay a white. And if you understand how that works, then seeing the 5 and the 5 logically would be I have to pay 5 and I have to pay 5. But it confused a lot of people. And it wouldn't be until you got to revised where you actually got to see it with 10. Yeah. So, yeah, but it that depends on where you consider it too expensive. Too expensive for what? Back in the day, one of the things Aladdin's lamp people would commonly say got used for was, cool, Aladdin's lamp, animate artifact, I attack for 10. What? Sure, 14 mana for a 10/10 creature. But unlike things like Colossus of Sardia, you didn't have to pay a ginormous upkeep. Hey, when I was your age, I could buy a house for 10 mana. Wait, what? But yeah, like Colossus of Sardia wanted you to pay like 9 mana to untap it. You know. Yeah. I got lucky. I bought this house in like late 2013 and I could sell it in probably in the condition it's in for 5 times what I paid for it. I got lucky. It's not an amazing house. It's falling apart in some places, but it's still like yeah. I mean, maybe. Look at how much the Arabian Nights printing is going for. 67 US. That's like 10 mana right there. But yeah. Um so Aladdin the thing about Aladdin's lamp though is basically you replace a card draw with looking at the top however much you put into it and putting one of them into your hand. And so you kind of at a point you kind of get to tutor for your you kind of get to pseudo tutor through your deck every turn. You know, if you're only doing it for like 4 or 5, maybe you're looking for something that falls under a general category like I need a land or I need a creature or something like that. But when you've got enough available extra mana, like if you're playing, let's say you're playing black just because it's convenient, you know, and you have Cabal coffers and say 10 lands out because you cast Aladdin's Lamp, and you've got Cabal coffers and Nurboard going on, you know, that's what? Uh, 1, 2, 3. So 7 left over. So you've got 17 mana. Let's say you end up using, 10 of that. By that point, you've probably got 75 to 80 cards left in your deck. Now you can start looking for things that hit, more narrow categories. I need a creature that can remove a thing, or I need mass mass creature destruction, or something like that. You know, because you're going through like uh, somewhere around 18% of your deck at that point. And so being able to, you know, decide, well, I've got to have a bunch of mana left over. Yeah. And then the cards that you're not using out of the giant list of, out of the like 10 cards or whatever you're going through, you shuffle them, you put them on the bottom of your deck. And you basically get to tutor up. In the cold, huh? What's it doing out there right now? Uh, it is currently -2 out here, so about 28 Fahrenheit, I think. Yeah, about that. But Aladdin's lamp, I think it'd be fine if you're looking for card selection and not, you know, you're not looking for card quantity. But if you're looking for specific cards, you'd probably be better off with say Ring of Three Wishes and Karn's Bastion, let's say. Or maybe not even Karn's Bastion, because if you need to search out more than 3 cards in any given game, there's probably something wrong. and those two cards will both fit in a mono brown deck. So I think Aladdin's Lamp is probably past its bedtime. Jandor's Saddlebags, similarly costed to the Ebony Horse, but instead of 3 and 2, it's 2 and 3. And it just basically gives a creature essentially vigilance. So I think it's fine. But again, if you're looking for vigilance, I think there's better ways to accomplish that. Oh yeah, here's the Arabian Nights Mountain, which is $230 US right now. Huh. Really? I thought that had more than one. Oh no, that's anthologies. Uh shoot. Unique prints. Mountain. Okay, Arabian revised. Where are you? Okay, that one. Yeah. Okay. So that's the mountain that got added to beta. Anyway, side rant over. uh, needs to see more play? Probably. Basic lanes in general, I feel need to see more play. Um, I've been trying to build most of my decks off of this giant list with, you know, 20 or, around 20 basics, just so that you never have to worry about cards like Path to Exile or Wings of Abandon or Assassin's Trophy. Is it Assassin's Trophy I'm thinking of? There's Assassin's Trophy and there's Yeah, Assassin's Trophy. Um, and so on and so forth. And not having the lands. You know, your various Ghost Quarter effects, etc. Island of Whack Whack. Again, an expensive card. But again, if you have, if you can afford it and you can, and you want to put in a deck, just like Singing Tree, you know, target attacking creature, target creature with flying. um, which means this can also affect a creature that's blocking. Would not, uh, yeah, if you can afford to and you want to put in your deck, it's a land that does not have a mana ability, so keep that in mind. I.e., it does not have an ability that generates mana. Go for it. Not going to turn around and tell somebody not to. That can be pretty annoying and pretty dangerous. uh, Elephant Graveyard. Same kind of comment here about and that this is going to be a common theme with some really really old sets like Arabian Nights and Antiquities. If you can find a home for it, looks like the kind of card that's going to want to be in like tribal. You know, tap, regenerate target elephant. Okay, well, all my creatures have all creature types, so I guess I can regenerate one of my creatures now. Oasis. Prevent the next 1 damage that be dealt to target creature this turn. Again, a land that does not generate mana. So keep this in mind. That being said, prevents a damage to a creature. Really needs to be in a deck that where preventing 1 point of damage. Like realistically, if you're playing Oasis, A, you have to keep in mind it's a land that doesn't generate mana. B, it's a it only prevents 1 damage. So you're really looking to make good use of it. You're going to want 4 because you're going to want to be able to prevent 1 damage to each of multiple creatures or multiple damage to the same creature. And I don't think it's worth it pretty much anywhere. Diamond Valley, again, it's 500 US, but the same comment applies. If you're comfortable putting it in a deck, go ahead. You can do a lot with that thing. Again, it's a land that does not generate mana, and there's a lot of that in this set. Bazaar of Baghdad. Same comment. It's nearly $2,000 US. Can you make use? Is it a card you're comfortable putting into a deck? Do you do you have a use for it? You could play it fairly. you could play it as a fair card and end up card neutral. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Because you are tapping a land to go 2 cards deeper into your deck. And I didn't really understand how good that was early on. You know, when I was... God, I'll be 54 in just shy of 2 months. So in my early to mid 20s, I did not understand how good this was. Basically until Odyssey block, I think it was. Odyssey. Because that was the first time that I remember a set came out that gave us the ability to, you know, abuse the fact that you were discarding cards. And then you also had Flashback at that point as well. But prior to that, it was just, you know, people generally played it fairly, which really wasn't fair. Because, again, you're still digging an extra 2 cards just for tapping a land. So, again, if you're willing to play it in a deck, go ahead. It's a land that doesn't tap for mana. But yeah. Desert? The only card with the desert type that can deal damage to creatures. Probably not worth putting in most decks. But there are some decks, you know, there are some very specific decks that I might consider putting it in. For example, my mono brown colorless deck. You know, there's no reason I couldn't cut a Wastes, for example, and put Desert in. Actually, no, I don't have to. It's literally right here. You know, because I am restricting myself to commons and colorless cards for that deck. So, yeah, could see it. But in most decks, not worth it. You know, any color's got the ability to do better than that. And City of Brass, we don't have to say anything about City of Brass. City of Brass is good. We know this. So, that was Arabian Nights. Now let's see if we can plow through Antiquities fairly quickly. Argivian Blacksmith. 2/2 for 3 mana. Tap, prevent 2 damage to an artifact creature. I think that's actually, if you base it on the assumption of Samite Healer, I think this is fair. You know, an extra white mana for an extra point of power and toughness is okay. And then An extra point of damage prevented, but restricting it to artifact creatures. But artifacts were a big thing in Antiquities. Sure, I can see that. I can accept that. Do I think it might actually be legitimately? It might actually be playable in Commander if you need damage. Well, if you're looking at damage prevention effects at all. Um, in an artifact based deck. So if you're trying to build something like Affinity for Commander, or some other, maybe you're trying to build around things like Mere Battlesphere that give you a bunch of bodies. There's Mere Battlesphere, Triplicate, I think it's Triplicate Golem or something like that. You know, Precursor Golem, so on and so forth that come into play and give you extra bodies. Basically, a mono brown version of my mono white common stack. Then Argivian Blacksmith might be worth a consideration. In general, I would say no, but I think there are homes for it. Mars or Corliss, like the veteran bodyguard that we mentioned last week. However, this prevents damage dealt by artifacts. God damn it, go away. Veteran bodyguard is unblocked creatures. Mars or Corliss is artifacts. Doesn't say artifact creatures or anything like that. So damage that's dealt by Ink of Mishra, for example. Lands coming into play dealing 2 damage to the person that played it is a thing. Or Black Vice, or any other random artifact that deals damage without being a creature in the first place. Your jinxed rings and idols and whatnot. So I think there's probably just enough that do see play. Never mind the ones that are actually artifact creatures. Oh, that's where the misspelling is. So, actually, now I'm curious. What's the actual wording on you? If you do and deals X damage to the player or planeswalker it's attacking. Huh. So, yeah, again, Mars or Corliss would not be completely surprised to find somebody tossing that in the 99 somewhere. Find, regeneration or something. Hilariously, if you could combine this with, say, some way of making it indestructible. Well, there's indestructibility, the aura. There's not Eldrazi Temple. Damn it, I'm drawing a complete blank right now. It also starts with an E. Where are you? White. Eldrazi Monument. You know, you have, say, Eldrazi Monument out and Martyrs of Corliss. And what's the other thing called? Mycosynth Lattice. That turns everything into an artifact. And basically, any permanent that tries to deal damage to you at all will go to the Martyrs, and the Martyrs will just shrug it off and not care and just keep going. You know, a 3-card combo that basically makes you immune to permanent base damage. Yeah. I can see this. In fact, I just might try and find a way to sneak Martyrs of Corliss into my mono white combos deck. Reverse Polarity. I love the artwork of that because it just looks literally so cartoon. What else have you done? Alright, some of you look more cartoon than others. I'm not saying that's bad. It's just it was not what I was expecting when I saw the card. Like ever. And reverse polarity. I mean, again, I can. This is one of those cards I can. Actually, you know what? Would be funny is throwing it into a life deck. But the question is, are you dealing with enough damage from artifacts to actually make it worth being played? And I'm not saying you're not. I think that partly depends on what your your local gaming group, you know, your LGS, your kitchen table, etc. Commonly plays. But if you got something that's being like a ticking time bomb towards you, or somebody's playing mono brown, you know, something that's heavy on the artifacts, yeah, I can see reverse polarity being thrown in just as a, oh well, I just took 38 damage this turn. 27 of that was from artifacts. Pay 2 white. Okay. I'll gain 27, so I'll gain 54 from where I am now. Hilariously, because the oracle wording is, you know, is a life gain. If you have something like Alhamrat's Archive, that can do, you know, 27 damage. Okay, so gain 54. So actually, with Alhamrat's Archive, instead of gaining 54, I'll gain 108. Wait, what? Yeah, yeah, that's a thing that just happened. Hilariously, it doesn't matter where the damage came from. It could even be your own artifacts that are dealing the damage to you. And reverse polarity just goes, that's nice. So yeah, uh, possibly, depending on how you build it. If you're looking at a King Darien deck, do I have you on here? Yeah, I do. I sketched out a Darien King of Kildor deck. Are any of these artifacts that would deal damage to you? uh, to each opponent. Volatile Rig does. Mana Vault is, but that's only 1 damage, so it's not really worth it. Yeah, I don't see. I think depending on how you build it, you know, you can probably get away with running reverse polarity from taking damage from your own artifacts. Damping Field. Players can't untap more than 1 artifact during their untap steps. May be worth playing. More annoying if you're the type of person that likes to run this with, say, Mycosynth Lattice, and then you replace the word artifact with permanent. If you really want to piss off your table, you also add something like Seedborn Muse. Untap all permanents you control during each other player's untap step. Damping Field says can't untap during their untap steps. Seedborn Muse is making you untap during other people's untap, not your own. So you get to untap everything on other people's turns. So yeah, if you want to be that kind of prick or that kind of person and basically play a stack, I don't recommend it. But Damping Field plus, Seedborn Muse plus Mycosynth Lattice. If you want to be mean but not stop people from being able to play, that's one way to do it. Artifact Ward. Approximately gives enchanted creature protection from artifacts. Because protection from anything is damage, which is, prevents damage, enchanting or equipping, blocking, and targeting. So it can technically be enchanted by artifacts, which there may be a way to do that. And it can be equipped by artifacts. Because this is really early in the game's history, they're basically spelling out everything. Because protection at that point was just protection from a color, so I think they spelled out everything that Artifact Ward could do without saying it had protection from the color. But Artifact Ward it was one step shy. And they could have just turned around and said it had protection from artifacts, but they didn't go that far, and so it doesn't. So it can still be enchanted or equipped or fortified or whatever by artifacts. But you cannot target the creature with the equip ability. So you have to find another way to do it. I think if you're not dealing with a bunch of artifacts, you can probably get away with bypassing artifact ward. COP artifacts, I think could be fine. Contrary to, unlike artifact ward. COP artifacts, there's probably just enough that are like, big beasties, big burly beasties and everything else, that just having a COP artifact is probably fine to play. I wouldn't put it in every deck, but if you want one where there's a little more protection, go for it. Argivian Archaeologist. 3 mana, 2 white tap, raise dead but for artifacts instead of creatures. You know what? If I had one and I was willing to put in a deck, I would probably throw it in my mono white combos deck. I don't need to generate infinite mana, but I have enough artifacts that are worth, getting back from my graveyard on a regular basis. Blue. Put a number of target artifact cards from target player's graveyard on top of their library in any order. You can either muck around with what somebody's drawing, or you can get back a bunch of stuff, but either way you know what's going to be drawn. Eh, 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 ah! Okay. Yeah, don't think I'd bother with it in most decks. Reconstruction. Raise dead for artifacts. Again, the occasion, if there's artifacts that you actually care about having, it's probably fine. Energy flux. Well, if you had the Antiquities one, they're about $1 a piece. If they're from Revised, they're like 9 cents. Yeah, Reconstruction. Yeah, you and me both. Yeah, Reconstruction would be, like I said, if there's an artifact that you care. Oh, so you're new compared to me. I started just before Legends came out. Yeah, talk about being an old man. Actually, no, don't talk about being an old man. Energy flux, unless you really, really, really want to be that guy. By which I mean, some kind of combination of like, not Mirror Battlesphere, Mycosynth's Lattice plus, what was it? Mycosynth's Lattice plus Eon Hub plus Energy Flux, because I think Eon Eon Flub. Eon Hub. Only affects you? Oh no, players skip. Well, skip that one. But Tish. Yeah. I mean, you can probably get away with playing Energy Flux fairly, but it's not a fair card. It is not a fair card. It is definitely a stacks piece. Yeah, don't play it if you want your group to still like you. Sage of Latinum. Sage of Latinum, I think if you've got enough artifacts that want to go with the graveyard, or again, like Mere Battlesphere, bring enough extra parts along for the ride, or, like Wormquill Engine, don't mind being split up, then yeah, being able to sacrifice an artifact to draw an extra card, I think is quite playable. I think there's a bunch of ways to make Sage of Latinum work for you. Especially if you have a way somehow of getting them back. But I think in a, like for example, if you don't need your Soul Ring anymore, it's turn like 17, let's say, and Soul Ring is just, yeah, okay, whatever. Sack it, draw a new card. Maybe it'll be something more useful. Um, the, you know, Mycosynth Wellspring and Ichor Wellspring and similar effects, or there's even some in, I think it's Bloomburrow, which it's like when they come into player uh, or leave, or go to the graveyard, you get a certain effect. Uh, Carrot Cake, I think, is one of them. Yeah, Carrot Cake. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, make a rabbit and scry one. You can sack it to gain 3 life, or you could sack it to Sage of Latinum and draw an extra card. And you'll actually get the scry before you get the card draw, because this triggers on it being sacrificed, which is before the card draw resolves. So you can decide whether or not you want the card that's being, that you might end up drawing. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that one, but yeah. Heaped Harvest. Yeah, and there's a few cards that have got similar effects. Like I said, there's the Wellsprings. There's uh, what are you called? Servo schematics or something? When it enters or is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, you make a servo. There's probably 8 or 10 of that kind of card now, at least. When they come into play or leave play, or come into play or put in a graveyard from the battlefield, or come into play or when you sacrifice it. You know, that kind of this kind of trigger thing going on. Um, yeah, and Sage of Latinum will love cards like that. So if you have, I would say even if you've got like if you've got even a few of those, and you've got stuff that at some point you figure later in the game is just going to be not useful to you anymore. Sage of Latinum is going to be useful. Power artifact. Power artifact pretty much just, again, if you're, yeah, yeah, experimental synthesizer, another similar card. Um, Power artifact again is one of those if you can afford it and are willing to put the card in the deck, there are crazy things that you can do with it. As you know, being mentioned in chat, basalt monolith, you know, any, yeah, which you realize 164 US is, that's more than 10 mana, right? Uh, yeah, like the primary use of power artifact is some way of generating infinite mana. There are other uses for it as well, but its primary use realistically when people are figuring out what to do with it is generating infinite mana. Hercules Recall. If again, I wouldn't play this in most decks, but I wouldn't behoove anyone for playing it. If your local gaming group has got, again, at your local game store or your kitchen table or whatever, has somebody that plays a bunch of artifacts, go ahead. You can really screw over one person if you want to do the Mycosynth Lattice trick here too. Would not recommend it. Do not recommend. But if you are that type of person, you probably don't need to be told this exists. Transmute artifact. I'm talking about Mycosynth Lattice being used to lock people out playing the game. Transmute artifact. Our first attempt at basically, like, Tinker is the cleaned up version of this. And it's still broken AF. This is the first, and this is a. This one is considered okay. This has got some interesting implications. First of all, you're told to sack an artifact, and if you do, you search for an artifact card, and then you try to put it onto the battlefield. If it costs less than or equal to what you sacrificed, okay, fine, you can put it in play. If it costs more, you have to pay the difference. Or the artifact that you just tutored up goes to your graveyard. Which means you can pay 2 blue and sack an artifact to take another artifact out of your deck and put it into your graveyard. So this is also, if you look at it from that kind of lens, this is also an early version of Entomb. If it's a big artifact creature, you can turn around and just, okay, cool, I've done that. Next turn, I'll animate it with something like Animate Dead. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal at all. Um, but again, this is one of those. Can I afford to play it? Can I afford the card? Am I willing to put the card in the deck? I can probably find a use for it. Phyrexian Gremlins. Basically, a black card that taps down an artifact for as long as the gremlins are tapped. And they have cute and adorable artwork. Black generally doesn't get cards that tap stuff down these days. I think I'd be okay. I would be perfectly okay with. Oh my god. I would love to see this seeing some popper play. It is a common. Oh, it's not on Magic Online though, is it? Oh. There it is. I would love to see this seeing some popper play. Throw it again, throw it in the sideboard against, you know, certain robot, you know, affinity decks and stuff like that, and just go, yeah, no, I don't think so. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm tapping you down, and you're not untapping till I decide to untap this guy. What? That being said, I think I'd be okay with. Oh my god. Phyrexian Gremlins. Creature type Phyrexian Gremlins. Tap target artifact. I tap your bridge. Yeah, draw. I'll tap down your Draw's Forge bridge. You don't untap it next turn. Oh. Yeah. I think I'd be okay with throwing that into like a random commander deck. Just a card that I want to muck up with, because the thing is too, it's also great with mucking around with people's mana bases without like blowing up their lands. Oh no! Oh no! What's the name of that? Throw something. Yep, or Blightsteel. Um, no, throw this onto like a Soul Foundry, and just it'll be like 3 tap, make a Phyrexian Gremlin token, tap 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 tap, till I've got enough. Till I've got enough stuff. Okay, cool. Now that I got everybody tapped down, why? Why do you do this to me? Why not? Yawgmoth Demon. I think if you have a way to untap this during your turn, like during your upkeep or later, this is like so easy to get around. Or again, artifacts that want to be sacrificed. Going back to the discussion about Sage of Latinum, you know, any artifact that is willing to be sacrificed, um your experimental synthesizers, your uh, your carrot cakes, your mycosynth not mycosynth mycosynth wellspring, your mirror battlesphere, your wormcoil engine, so on and so forth. These are all really good things. These are all things that I think people are willing to sacrifice fairly easy. And you have a 6/6 flying first strike creature. And flying and first strike is a pretty good combination. It's nowhere near as silly as like first strike and trample. Oh yeah, the art from back in the day. It's one of the things I like about the really old art is because there's so much flexibility in terms of like what it looks like. Like compare just these two cards. Compare the art that you get from Phyrexian Gremlins, which is like, silly and goofy and stuff like that, to, Yawgmoth Demon, where it's like, it looks like he means business, or she, or it, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I think Yawgmoth Demon could still be playable now. Yeah. I think Yawgmoth Demon could still be playable now if you've got enough artifacts to keep it fed. Or if you just simply have ways to untap it. And because, if you're taking 2 damage a turn, but you're dealing 6 to your opponent, I'll take that trade every day of the week. Unless I'm down to like, unless I'm already down to 4 and my opponent is at like, 37 or whatever still, then yeah, I probably don't want to do that. But as a general rule of thumb, yeah, sure. Man, Yawgmoth Demon from 9th edition just looks crazy. I think Yawgmoth Demon is still worth playing, though. Again, like, it's 6 power of first strike flying damage. That will jump in front of, like, the number of angels and dragons and all sorts of other things that it'll just jump in front of and just take down and not care. Yeah. Artifact possession. This goes back to what we were talking about under Unlimited with the cards like Wanderlust and Feedback and all that other stuff. So, whenever the artifact this is on becomes tapped or activated, it deals 2 damage to them. This would get really, really silly if you turn around and go, hey, by the way, nice pyramids you have, back near the end of the Arabian Nights cards we were looking at. Every time you pay 2 mana, to activate your pyramids to do something about one of the lands, you're going to take 2 damage in the process. What? Yeah. Hilariously, you could put it on somebody's soul ring. And so turning their soul ring into, oh my god. You're turning their soul ring into Ancient Tomb that they actually spent mana on. Okay, yeah. Every deck, almost every deck is going to have something along that line. I think if you like the little, you know, I think if you've got a kind of deck that likes to just take a little bit more and a little bit more, and just if you're the kind of deck where you like to bleed someone dry slowly over time, yeah, I think artifact possession is for you in that case. Wait, whenever an artifact becomes and haunting wind. Haunting wind is the same thing for an extra mana as an enchantment instead of an aura. So it affects all players. That's hilarious. I think if you want to do a little bit of time to one person, this is like the kind of card that you play if you're playing curses. And this is the kind of and Haunting Wind is the kind of card that you play if you want to affect everybody. And they're both similar cards. And yes, they it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's symmetrical. But you're going to build your deck knowing you have Haunting Wind in it. Oh, and if you can find a way to like increase the amount of damage that because Haunting Wind specifically says it deals damage, as does Artifact Possession. Oh man. So, again, we go back to Mycosynth's Lattice, but hear me out. Mycosynth's Lattice plus Haunting Wind plus Martyrs of Corliss. This will now be an artifact enchantment. So that would be dealing damage. And because it's an artifact, and everything's an artifact, any damage that I would take would get redirected to the Martyrs of Corliss because it's an artifact dealing the damage because it's Haunting Wind, which at that point would be an artifact. Here, look, dude, here's the problem. We're looking at an artifact heavy set. Lattice is the easiest way to make artifacts, to make these cards do what you want them to do on a larger scale. It's the easiest way. It's like, a Chroma's Memorial is the easiest way to make sure everything's got vigilance or protection from relevant colors. Or Eldrazi Monument is the easiest way to give everything indestructible. I'm not saying there's not other ways. It's just this is the simplest way that people will recognize. Xenic Poltergeist. I actually have that in a deck. Where are you here? This one. Because I had trouble finding good cards. So I had trouble finding good cards for certain letters. Where are you? No, I do not. Did I miss you? Alright, fine. Go back to here. Display. Um, Sort by name and do not group. Yeah, there it is. Saying poltergeist. Wait, what? Why is there only two? Oh, because my general's the third. So this is a reanimator deck in three colors that uh, what did I have you as? I put you under removal. Okay. Yeah. I have this as a reanimator deck that basically um I wanted at least three cards that started with each letter of the alphabet. So three cards that start with a 3B, 3C, 3D. Um and it was really hard coming up with playable cards that started with X. And I have Xenic Poltergeist here. Basically, so I can animate an artifact and then blow it up by some other means. If I've got something that does, you know, for example, I can go Xenic Poltergeist and then cast Noxious Gear Hulk and blow up an artifact that way. And Zather Gargan, which, petrifies creatures and basically turns them into, you know, non, into basically walls. And then my general is Zero Argon. And that's how I end up coming up with three cards that start with X for this deck. But it was hard coming up with something reasonable for that. But Xenic Poltergeist, I mean, if you want to go back to the Mycos Enthalatus thing, we can do that. And it'll turn it into a 6/6 artifact creature. And, but yeah, it's it is primarily useful to take artifacts that are just sitting there and turn them into something useful. Like turn them into creatures so you can do something. You turn them into creatures so you can attack, or you turn them into creatures so you can block, or you turn them into creatures so you can fling them. Or you turn them into creatures so that you can, blow it up. Because black is really good at, with drain life effects and murder and, you know, creatures getting -X till end of turn and so on and so forth. It's really good at creature removal. It's not very good at dealing with artifacts. It's got a little bit here and there, but its best way of dealing with artifacts is to make sure it's a creature first. So yeah, I think I want to say if you're playing mono black, you may want to take a look at Xenic Poltergeist because there's going to be artifacts that you're going to want to deal with, and it just makes your life so much easier. Uh, Priest of Yawgmoth. Well, you can sacrifice that Mycos Enthalatus for 6 black mana. In all seriousness, though, I will point out that you can sacrifice artifact creatures, which is not nothing. Um, and again, if you've got some way of cheating on the cost, if you've got enough artifacts in play and you go, cool, I am going to sacrifice, I put uh, Mirror Enforcer into play for free because I've got 7 artifacts on the board. Cool. Mirror Enforcer for free. Tap, sack it. I have 7 black mana. Unlike Metamorphosis, you can spend that mana on whatever you want. You don't get 1+, but you get how much mana it costs. But now you can spend it on anything. So you could go, Excruciator. Not Excruciator. What do you call it? Doomsday Excruciator, which is 6 black mana. Really annoy your opponents. And then go, hey, by the way, if you've got like a 1 mana way to give it haste or something like that, yeah. So yeah, I think Priest of Yawgmoth is okay to see. Like, again, you have to run enough artifacts to make it worthwhile, but you don't have to run a lot of artifacts. It also doesn't care if the artifact is tapped or anything else. It's just tap, sack an artifact. So I would, I'd be quite happy seeing that scene play in. Again, we go back to the, to Synthesizer and Wellsprings and stuff like that, where you can get extra value out of them. That's easy enough. Gate to Phyrexia. Probably the best card that Black has to deal with artifacts, period. Like, without having to go through extra hoops first. Just have creatures, and that's nice artifact. Nice artifact land you have, or should I say had? Boom. You sack, a random, 0/1 throw token. Not me, preferably. Sorry, I'm actually a 2/2. And blow up I don't know, somebody's Mycosynth lattice. I don't know. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But yeah, Gate to Phyrexia, if you can find one and pin it down, yes, worth playing. Alright, what do we got in red? Orcish Mechanics. Again, if you've got artifacts you're willing to sacrifice, 2 damage to any target. So this is basically taking Prodigal Sorcerer, which is, as of Time Spiral Block, got shifted over to Prodigal Pyromancer, i.e. it's a red card now, not blue. Letting you sacrifice any artifact. So, take your pick your poison, for 2 damage to any target. So sacrificing an artifact to deal extra damage. Okay. Again, you can make all sorts of use out of that. Playable. Considering it does 2 damage at a time and not just 1, think it's probably worth at least a consideration. A lot of people are playing with cards that are like 2/2s, like Knights, for example, are commonly 2/2s. Worth looking at. Goblin Artisans. One of those cards that if I want card advantage and I'm doing a coin flip deck, um, it's a consideration. I think the guy on the right is eating paste. Wait a sec. Yes, he's eating paste. The book is just called How To. The second guy, uh, oh, he's got a problem with the first guy because the first guy accidentally nailed the second guy's hand to the board. Oops, that's not a problem. No, that's not a problem. Anyway, yeah. Um, if you lose the flip, counter target artifact spell you control that isn't the target of an ability from another creature named Goblin Artisans. I think if you have more than one in play, you can actually end up drawing additional cards. I'll have to look into that one. But yeah. Goblin Artisans. And on the play scale, it's you'd have to have a chaotic kind of deck to be able to play it. And those people do exist, and those decks do exist. It's also a 1/1 goblin for 1 red, so, the worst it is, something that can be sacrificed to Skirk Prospector or whatnot. Dwarven Weaponsmith. 2 mana for a 1/1 Dwarf Artificer. Tap, yeah, and on your upkeep, you can tap it and sack an artifact to put a +1 counter on target creature. I feel like red does not get a lot of stuff that gives +1 counters. It's certainly not on the same level as white or green does. Blue doesn't get it very much. Where's black set? I think black has some, although it's more likely to give -1 counters. But it's not a thing that red really deals with. So I would be. I think. I mean, if I'm playing Dwarf Tribal, and I know there are some people out there that love playing their dwarves. If I have enough artifacts to support it, then yeah. Especially if I've got a way to untap the Weaponsmith multiple times, sure, I would play it. You need to have enough creatures, enough artifacts, and ideally ways to untap it via cards like Instill Energy or what have you. In fact, sometimes the simplest way, and Yargle's going to hate me because I keep bringing it up, but the easiest way to make what I'm thinking of work is, again, you know, Mycosynth lattice. Yes, I said it again. Um, Although there may be other ways to make this work. I don't know. There probably are. But off the top of my head, you get cards like Voltaic Construct, where you can pay 2 mana to untap target artifact creature. Like it's 2 colon. No tap symbol or anything. Which suddenly makes the cost 2, comma, sacrifice an artifact, put a +1 counter on target creature. So as long as you've got enough artifacts that you can sacrifice on your upkeep, you can make a creature as big as you want. And as long as you've got, enough mana for it. I would be okay. Again, if you can find a way to make it work, that could end up making some dwarves really silly. Uh, yeah, I think that's playable. Detonate. Oh man, Detonate was so funny. So red +1. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target soul ring. It can't be regenerated. And its controller takes a point damage. What? Yeah. It's only really good if you're looking for like a shatter style effect that can also hit the opponent at the same time. So basically, if you're looking for a burn spell, something that's half shatter, half burn, you might want to look at Detonate, but I don't think that's likely. I would probably pass on Detonate in general. I think there's just such better cards to for that sort of ability. Artifact Blast. Not as good as we want it to be. It will counter any artifact. Regardless of how much mana is spent on it or anything like that. But for an effect like that, I think you really want Gorilla Shaman. No, Gorilla Shaman blows up an artifact in play. I don't know. I feel like there's one somewhere and I can't think of it right now. That being said, Artifact Blast, I mean, it doesn't even see Pauper play as far as I'm aware. Atog, on the other hand, ban Pauper because it's way too powerful. Again, if you have enough artifacts to keep it fed, like Atog, basically, if you can keep Atog fed with the amount of artifacts you've got, then you have enough for cards like Dwarven Weaponsmith, Orcish Mechanics, Priest of Yawgmoth, Sage of Latinum. If you can keep an, if you know you have enough to keep an Atog happy, you have enough for any of those kind of effects. It's just what kind of effect are you specifically going for at that point? Shatterstorm. Always worth a consideration somewhere. It's just whether or not it does a thing that you need it to do. If you do not care, if you realistically don't care about artifacts, then if you realistically don't care about artifacts, then it's not worth it. If you really care about your opponent's artifacts, worth at least looking into if you're playing red. If you're not playing red, then obviously you're looking at other stuff instead. I will be right back after this commercial break. I have to go AFK again. Please hold. Okay, and I'm back. And we're almost done this. We are down to Antiquities, green. Argothian Pixies. I think if you want to play something like a Simic fairy deck, it might actually be relatively reasonable. Can't be blocked by artifact creatures. Prevent all damage that be dealt to it by artifact creatures. So, the pixies are basically saying, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yes, I know I keep bouncing back and forth to this, but is this... No. Volatile Rig. When it dies, flip a coin. If you lose the flip, deals 4 damage to each creature and each player. So if you've got it, so if there's effects like that on the board at all, so it has to be from an artifact creature. I don't know. I think it's somewhat playable. It's semi-unblockable. It can also block any artifact creature, no matter how big it is. And as long as it doesn't have trample, like, even if it has trample, I mean, it's a... Oh, it's a 2-1. I thought it was a 1-1. That's better than I thought. Even if the artifact creature's got trample, you still have to assign what would be considered lethal damage before the rest can trample over. So if it's like a 10-10, 1 point of lethal damage to the pixies, which would be reduced to, which would be prevented, and then 9 damage trampling over. But I think it would be worth a consideration. Argothian Treefolk, less so. Hilariously, this is already... One green, 4 other for a 3/5 versus 2 green, 3 other for a 3/5. Prevent all damage should be dealt to Argothian Treefolk by artifact sources. This is almost a power creep. You turn one of the colorless mana into a green mana, and you get to prevent certain types of damage. I would probably play the Argothian Treefolk before I played Ironroot Treefolk. Am I looking at a Treefolk Tribal deck? I might possibly be considering Argothian Treefolk in that case. Probably not. Okay. 83. Okay. Sort by mana value. Let's hit stuff that's around 5 mana. What am I looking at? Blanchwood is already better than Ironroot. That's not saying much. Prevent damage should be dealt to it by artifacts versus protection from artifacts. Easier to cast. Swap a point of power and a point of toughness around and give protection from artifacts. Okay. I might not be. I wouldn't jump on it, but I wouldn't shun it if I'm building Treefolk Tribal. Sentinel Druid. Driven mad by the fall of Argoth, the Sentinel Druids found peace only in battle. If you take the word Sentinel and read it backwards, it says lunatic, which is why they were, driven mad. Yeah. Sentinel Druid, whenever an opponent casts an artifact spell, it's probably not unreasonably going to be, by turn 5, it can probably be a turn, not unreasonably a 4/4 or 5/5. I think it's fine. Even late in the game, probably by about turn 8, it's still playable. Yeah, I'd say sure. Gaia's Avenger. Power and toughness equal to 1 plus number of artifacts your opponents control. If everyone, this is the same math as Angry Mob earlier. If everyone's got, let's say, 3 artifacts in play, it's a 12-12. Because, 4-player game. So you don't count yourself. So that's 3 opponents. If everyone's got 3 artifacts, 3 plus 1, because it's 1 plus number of artifacts. So 4 times 3 is 12. It's going to get really big really fast. Does not have any sort of evasion, but you are playing green. Coming up with trample, let's say, is really easy. Coming up with flying or shadow, less so. But not impossible. So I think Gaia's Avenger is, is reasonable to throw into. And actually, I would probably throw Gaia's Avenger in before I threw in. I mean, definitely before I threw in Ironroot Tree Folk. It's cheaper to cast. It's going to get bigger really fast. I'd probably throw it in before Argothian Tree Folk because it would be so easy for it to just swallow the damage and not care. Crumble. Crumble tries to be like Swords of Plowshares for artifacts. It's just instead of exiling it, it just destroys it, but doesn't allow regeneration. But yeah, and it's based on the mana value of the artifact rather than power toughness because it's not necessarily a creature you're blowing up. It could be you could go Soul Ring or if you're tired of seeing it bounce around, you could go Coveted Jewel or, which is 6 life. But yeah, go away. So Crumble, honestly, I think Crumble is playable. If you're looking for something that specifically hits artifacts, period, end of discussion. If you're not looking for something that specifically hits just artifacts, you've got much better options. You've got, you go back to what I showed off earlier about my Dosan deck, for example. It's just there's so many artifacts, there's so much removal that's generic enough. Your Bramble Crushes and your Creeping Molds and your Desert Twisters and your Beast Withins and your, you know, you can play with your Terastodons and your Woodfall Primuses and whatever else. And it's just hitting, blowing up artifacts is just so easy. Um, also, if you want an effect like this, you could be looking at creatures with come into play abilities for an extra couple of mana that blow up an artifact. So, do I think it should see more play? No, not really. I might say so in formats like Pauper, but not for Commander. There's just better out there. Paraleech. This is the same idea as Haunting Wind, except, gaining you life instead. Which means that if you want to throw this into a life deck, go ahead. Again, going back to, Mycosynth Lattice, because it's convenient. Mycosynth Lattice plus Power Leech would be along the lines of my mono blue deck doing Yavimaya Cradle of Growth plus Life Tap, and just anytime you tap a whatever, anytime you tap any land, you gain life. The same thing would happen here. So, but even without that, I think there's just enough artifacts that that are played in the typical commander deck. I think it is not unreasonable by a remotely reasonable time in the game for any given player to have, say, 3 artifacts in play. Now, 3 artifacts doesn't sound like a lot. But again, 3, 6, 9 artifacts, and if 2 of them get tapped or activated in one way or another, that's 6 life a turn cycle. Not unreasonably. And that's without shenanigans. And it can be an artifact land, it can be a soul ring, it can be coveted jewel or something else that produces mana. It can be an artifact creature, it can be something like Bonder's Ornament to draw cards. Even my commons only decks tend to have enough artifacts to make it worthwhile. So, yeah, Power Leech, yeah, would probably be fine. Depends on the kind of deck you're looking for. And keep in mind that, again, this is like the same thing as I said about Yavimaya plus Life Leech. Or not Life Leech, Life Tap. And I didn't word it very well. But basically, if you tap an artifact land for mana, it is going to notice that an artifact has been tapped and trigger and gain 1 life. In the merchant ship, when it attacks, it is one instance of gaining life, but it is a single instance of gaining 2 life. Whereas if you're tapping 2 lands, if you're tapping 2 artifacts for mana, each one is its own 1-point life gain trigger. So it will be 2 instances of gaining 1 life as opposed to 1 instance of gaining 2 life. Now, usually that doesn't matter. Most of the time it doesn't matter. But there are edge cases where it does make a difference. That being said, you want to throw Power Leech in a deck to gain extra life for whatever reason. Go right ahead. Titania's Song. So, Mycosynth Lattice, yes, I know. Tends to get played a lot with, was it Mycosynth Lattice and March of the Machines. March of the Machines tends to be... March of the Machines has got its own problems. Each non-creature artifact is an artifact creature with power toughness equal to its mana value. And it costs 4. Each non-creature artifact is an artifact creature power and toughness each equal to its mana value. And loses all abilities. With the interesting additional clause of, if Titania's Song leaves the battlefield, this effect continues till end of turn. What? Okay, that doesn't say anything. What this means is that because March of the Machines, it will end its effect as soon as March of the Machines leaves play. Titania's Song lingers. Do you have to let it linger? Yeah, it stays around for a little bit longer. And March of the Machines doesn't do anything about its abilities. Titania's Song makes them lose their abilities. So every Soul Ring that's in play with March of the Machines out is a 1 mana 1/1 that taps for 2. With Titania's Song, it's a 1 mana 1/1. If you want to stop people from being able to do, dumb, crazy stuff, Titania's Song does a lot because it removes the abilities in terms of meta creatures. And creatures are a lot easier to deal with in general. If you're playing, you know, green plus, green, if you're playing green, white, green, blue, green, white, green, black, or green, red at least, you're going to find artifacts being creatures easier to deal with than just artifacts. Really think it's got to see more play. Now, here's the fun part. This is only like a 92 card set or something like that. You know what? Let's do lands first. Mishra's Workshop. Again, if you can afford to put in your deck and you have a use for it in your deck, you should be playing it. It's 2,500 US dollars for a land that taps for 3 only to cast artifacts. Mishra's Factory. Oh my god. This is the cheap one? Winter. I think that would be autumn. Don't know. Yeah. The first uh the first mainland we ever came across. Perfectly playable if you need a creature in your mana base, especially if you've got, you know, if you're playing mono brown. Mishra's Factory, perfectly serviceable. If you're playing a tribal deck, you're gonna want Faceless Haven and Mutavault first. If you don't care about creature types, Mishra's Factory is perfectly fine. Look to see what colors you're playing and seeing what exists there first. If you're playing mono blue, for example, you may want to look at Fairy Conclave. If you're looking at red green, you probably want Raging Ravine. If you're looking at black white, you're probably looking at Restless Fortress, etc., etc., etc. So look to see what color schemes you're playing. If you need a man land in that color scheme, try that first. But it is perfectly fine and perfectly serviceable. The 3 Urza lands. the problem is because you need all three types in play, it is really hard to get it to work. You need enough different ways of searching up specific lands uh, to be able to make it work. So most of the time I wouldn't bother. If you have enough card draw, you can probably find the second one without a crazy amount of difficulty. And if you, at which point then you're probably looking at like Expedition Map and maybe a couple other sources to try and find the third one. But not something I would generally bother with. Strip mine, we don't need to talk about. We all already know how good strip mine is. You know, it is the reason, like it, it's why Wasteland happened. All right, now the last one. Artifacts. Coral Helm. I think there's better cards for this kind of effect. Not even counting equipment. If the discard is relevant, you might want to look at it, but I think there's better for this effect from an artifact, even if you're discarding. Golgothian Silex, the same kind of comments we had before about City in a Bottle, but without being able to stop people from being able to play cards and blowing up all their lands. Realistically, you'd be, yeah. Tanos' weaponry, one of the first proto equipment. Target creature gets +1/+1 as long as it's tapped. Play the equipment versions instead. The difference is this can affect creatures that aren't yours. A Staff of the Zegon shrinks the creature's power slightly. I wouldn't bother. You know, like even playing white, there's cards that do better than this. Saltfield Reckless? Yeah. 3 mana for 1/2. Tap target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. Cheaper to cast by a mana. No mana in the activation. Just simply tap target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. Exact same ability. So I think red can already do something like this. Black certainly gets an ability like this. Blue can kind of get an ability like this. Realistically, no. Green even gets cards like Shrink. If you're really looking for, like, you have to be going really deep to try and find a reason to play Staff of Zegon. I might play it in a deck that's just commons, but even so, I probably am not playing it. Racolite. I'll come back to that in a moment. Amulets. When it dies, you gain 2 life. 3 mana, 2/2. There's better than that now. What's the name of it? What does the fox say? Ding 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 ding. Oh, Filigree Familiar. When it enters, you gain 2 life. When it dies, you draw a card. 3 mana, 2/2. Better than the Omelet in every way. Tablet of Vector. When an artifact you control is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay 1. If you do, gain a life. It's fine. It's nothing special, but it's fine. Wouldn't bother. Effects like this are just, unless you've got a lot of artifacts that are dying and you need ways to gain life. Otherwise, yeah, wouldn't bother. Ashnod's Battle Gear. Again, proto equipment. Same comment as before. Graveshot Catapult. Used to actually enjoy this card when I was really new to the game. 4 mana to a 2/3, which doesn't sound like a lot. Tap to deal damage to a flying creature, though. I mean, we can say the Bassus Collar comment all we want, and it'll take down dragons and stuff like that. But it's fine. Again, there's better options. If you really want to hate on flying creatures specifically, you should be playing green. Although red's got some. Amulet of Krug. Damage prevention of this sort is not that great. You'd actually be better with something along the lines of Urza's Armor or various spheres that say, let's show up Urza's Armor. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent 1 of that damage. Urza's Mitre. Same idea as the Tablet of Vector, except this draws you cards instead. And so I would strongly suggest this instead of the tablet, because if it wasn't sacrificed. Oh, much worse than I thought. It has to die from something else. Yeah, probably wouldn't bother then. Weak Stone. It's fine. God damn it. Weak Stone is fine. There are other cards that have a similar ability, but they, like the number one I can think of is, was it like Boarded Window or something like that? Yeah, Boarded Window. Creatures attacking you get -1, -0. But if you're dealt 4 more damage this turn, you exile it. The window's been broken. But I might prefer that over the weak stone because it doesn't affect your creatures from attacking. Shapeshifter. I used to really like this card. The problem is, it's on average, you're looking at 6 mana for a 3/4 with the ability to move the power and toughness numbers around. Power and toughness always have to add up to 7. Power and toughness always have to add up to 7. So it can be anything from a 0/7 to a 6/1. I think they gotta take a look at that. So a 3/4, no abilities, might be worth, let's say, 5 mana back then. So you're paying an extra mana for its flexibility. Modern times would probably be a 3/4 would probably be 4 mana. A 3/4 would probably be 4 mana. So you're paying 2 mana for the flexibility. I don't think so. I wonder. Huh. Weird. Clockwork Avian. So clockwork creatures are always weird. This has got a fixed toughness, which a lot of clockwork creatures do. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. If it attacked or blocked, it gets, your remove counters, and then you can pay X and tap it to add additional counters to put it back up to what its original full complement was. So this is a 4/4 flyer that shrinks during combat, and you can pay mana to put the counters back on. Keep in mind they're not +1/+1 counters. So you really want something like proliferate shenanigans. you're not going to be able to do things like hardened scales because hardened scales specifically cares about +1/+1 counters. So, you can make it work. I think there's better cards for that slot. Clay Statue, 4 mana for a 3/1/2 to regenerate. Cost-wise made sense back then. Even back then I felt like it cost too much. Mishra's War Machine. Mishra's War Machine I always thought was funny. If you can find a way to prevent the damage, I don't think you tap it. Oh, if Mishra's War Machine deals damage, the current Oracle wording changes how it works. Its printed text says that, or War Machine, becomes tapped and does 3 points of damage to you. That entire bit is one instruction. The current Oracle text says only that you tap it if it deals damage to you this way. That means if you've got a card like Martyrs of Corliss, the damage can be redirected to them, and therefore you don't take the damage. Boop, boop, boop. I didn't pull it up. Okay. As long as it's untapped, all damage should be dealt to you by artifacts is dealt to Martyrs of Corliss instead. So the damage is redirected. You would take, with Martyrs of Corliss in play, it would not become tapped, even though the original text says that it would. Does 3 damage. 4th edition changed the wording. Oh. Fourth edition changed how it worked. Okay. Yeah. But like I said, what that means is you can have Mars of Corliss in play and not care. Attack with a 5/5 banning creature. Choose not to discard the card. It will not be tapped because the damage will get redirected. Yeah. You have a 5/5 banning creature with no drawback. You can choose to discard the card, but you don't have to. Mightstone. All attacking creatures get +1/+0. I mean, again, same idea as the Weak Stone. There's a reason we now have the Mightstone and the Weak Stone as a single card. Keep in mind this affects everybody. If you have more creatures than everybody else that you're wanting to attack with, then this is really good for you. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I just realized this is common so that in Masters Edition 4, so this is legal. I could throw this into my mono white commons deck and just go plow through my opponents. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's just wrong. Because, again, that deck. Uh, Boop. Noodle. Toaster strudel. I've got 11 cards here that make two bodies out of one card. I've got 13 that are going to make at least 3. So that's 24 cards that are generally going to make we'll say 2.5 creatures. That means it's not unreasonable for, like, I spend 3 cards and it's not unreasonable for me to have 7 bodies in play. At which point, most people are going to have, they're going to spend 3 cards. They might have 4 bodies. I'm going to have like 7. So they're going to get plus 4 power. I'm going to get plus 7. I think it might be worth a consideration. All attacking creatures got. What do my pump spells look like? Attacking creatures you control get +1, +0. Maybe. But again, one of those cards that I think should see more play. Maybe not. No, I feel like I think this card is very iffy. Obelisk of Undoing. Return target permanent you both own and control to your hand. Playable. 1 to cast, which also means you can fetch it with Urza Saga. 6 tap. Return target permanent, which can be anything, including land, that you both own and control to owner's hand. Or to your hand. So, you haven't gained control of something, or somebody hasn't. No. This is. It started here. It's currently mine, etc. I think this is playable again. Resetting cards like if you play with the Vivid Lands, giving them their counters back. Resetting Bajuka Bog so you can recast it. Resetting a creature before it dies from unstable mutation effects or or some other kind of penalty thing. Sending a creature back before it takes lethal damage or a wrath effect resolves or whatever, etc., etc. I think this has uses. I think it can see some play, and your cheap printings are like a quarter. I don't think there's any reason to at least, not consider it. Taunus' Wand. You can now get this ability on a land. I don't think there's any good reason to play the wand. Urza's Avenger. 4/4 for 6. give it -1/-1 till end of turn, and one of like 4 useful abilities. Banning lets you distribute damage, as we mentioned before. Flying is evasion. First strike pushes through, you know, uh, lets it kill blockers first. Trample lets it run over stuff. You could bring it down to a 2/2 and give it 2 abilities. First strike and trample just gets Jom. Um, I think if you got any sort of generic pump, uh, stuff along the lines of Gaia's Anthem or what have you, I think it's fine. Versus Chalice, not really worth paying the mana on. Not worth putting in. Dragon Engine. Were you not? I am very sad. I thought at one point this was creature type dragon. Might have been a dragon construct, but I thought it had a dragon type in there somewhere. But 3 to cast for a 1/3, which for an artifact creatures, is reasonable. 2 column +1/+0 till end of turn. Again, reasonable. Um, Not a card I was ever unhappy with. I thought it was actually quite reasonable. And I think it might still be now. Although nowadays it would probably be. It might be 2 to cast, but it might still have the same activation. I think it's fine. I think it's playable. I don't think it's amazing. I think if you're doing some kind of interesting restriction to your deck, like you're restricting yourself to all commons and being a ramp deck, for example, I think it's reasonable. Wall of Spears, um, thought it was really, really good because I thought the first strike more than compensated for the fact that it had Defender. Because 3 mana for a 2/3 felt reasonable for an artifact. Like, when you're already paying that in red, for example. You could not hit that in white. I seem to remember you went straight like a from a 2/2. No, you were paying 4 mana for a 3/3 with trample. At 3 mana, you're still only getting a 2/2. And then he went to 3/3 and then 3/5 or 4/4. 3/5 was the 4 mana with Defender, Wall of Swords, and Flying, I think. And Wall of Spears, just being a 2/3 for 3, felt reasonable. And, felt the right size. And First Strike, I felt was better than the fact that it was a wall. Especially considering we're looking at an artifact creature. It's like, this felt more upside than downside. The one downside that it had was it couldn't attack. But if you could bypass that at all, I you know, eventually when Rolling Stones got printed, that would have made this thing take off. A 2/3 first strike artifact creature that you only spent 3 actual mana on. Yeah. I think it's only worth considering nowadays if you are building some kind of wall tribal deck. Now there are much better cards. Back in the day, though, I thought it was really good. Yotian Soldier. 3 mana for a 1/4 vigilance. I would consider this. I would consider this in a Toughness Matters deck. Like, in all seriousness, I would actually consider this. No color restrictions. It's got 4 toughness. It has vigilance. I would unironically be considering this for some kind of Toughness Matters deck. Battering Ram. Battering Ram is okay. Again, if you know people that like to play with, tribal decks, because wall is a creature type, it's worth considering. Probably would not really play it otherwise. Primal Clay, 4 mana, basically boils down to, its average is a 3/3 creature in my opinion, which is fine. The 1/6 wall creature, because at that point, I eventually realized 2 things. First of all, your starting point for costing creatures at that point. Average the creature's power and toughness. That's roughly how much mana it should cost. So in this case, let's say you're looking at a 3/3. That means it should cost around 3 mana. Artifacts would generally cost a point more, because they could go into any deck. They've got that flexibility. A 1/6 wall averages to, 1 plus 6 is 7, so cut that in half is 3.5. So let's say a 3/4 wall. 1 point of power or toughness if you want to give it an extra point of one or the other. If you give it the wall type and defend, as a result, defender, because back then, giving it the wall type inherently gave it the defender type, or the defender ability, because that was in the rules. Walls had the defender keyword didn't exist yet. They just said the rules themselves actually said wolves can't attack. But 1 point of power or toughness, you could give it an extra point by giving it, by making it a wall. So a 3/3 artifact creature and a 3/4 artifact creature with defender were basically the same cost. And a 2/2 with flying. Okay, that kind of made sense. It's somewhere in the 2/2 3/2 2/3. They probably, for that purposes, want them to be, you know, even on both sides. So they went with 2/2, which is fine. And an extra mana for it being an artifact creature because it was flexible like that. And it has some of the flexibility of shapeshifter, but not all the way. It's fine. Not one that I think people should go out of their way to play. It's like, if it was, well, if you go to M13, at that point, if you went up with one in your limited pool, it was acceptable. I think it would have been acceptable, like random curve filler. Something that's good to get, it can be what you need it to be when you need it to be. Realistically, limited is probably a 2/2 flyer for 4, which not amazing, but something that some colors needed help with. Not something I'd go out of my way to play. Colossus Astardia. You needed special ways to untap this to make it playable. It had cool AF art. It was big, it trampled, but it needed help to untap. The 9 that you spent to cast it, you would need it to untap on your upkeep. Although, there's more cost-efficient ways to do this. But if you can generate infinite mana, because it's an activated ability to untap it, as compared to things like Ironfish Gisconius, which has got a triggered ability. You can continually untap it, which means you can tap it in between. Oh, that's funny. Oh. I almost want to put a Splinter Twin on this thing. Oh, that's wrong. My Splinter Twin deck has got a couple ways to make that work. What are you, teamer? Oh, Krenko Mob Boss. So, you have Intruder Alarm. Whenever a creature enters, you untap all creatures. Or Mana Echoes. If you end up with enough other golems somehow, you can tap it, generate extra colorless mana. Generate extra colorless mana to untap it, and then pull ahead in the mana department. And then just end up profiting with a whole bunch of extra colorless mana. What are you going to use that on? That's up to you. But I think if I tweaked my Tamer Splinter Twin deck to run a few more golems, golems that obviously made sense for the deck. Colossus Astardia could actually see play as a combo piece. Now, this would be easier. Oh! Phyrexian? No? Really? Oh, Phyrexian Colossus. Pay 8 life. That's why I couldn't find it. But yeah. There. I think I might still want the Colossus because it has trample. Although, if I'm building infinite creatures, then having trample, they can only block so many creatures. Yeah, probably not worth playing then. Toss's Coffin. I'm surprised they didn't decide to use phasing. If they use phasing for Oubliette, I'm surprised that. Huh. They used phasing for Oubliette. I wonder why they didn't use it for Thomas's Coffin. I don't think that works. If Thomas's Coffin... If Thomas's Coffin leaves the battlefield before its ability has resolved, it will exile the targeted creature forever since its delayed triggered ability will never trigger. When it leaves the battlefield. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So if you have a way to continually reuse Thomas's Coffin, you can set up, you can just continually exile creatures till the cows come home. and any ores that were attached to it. Again, with the caveat of if you have one that you're willing to put in a deck, yada yada yada. Tetravus. It's a 4/4 flyer that can... Tetravus you can mess around with. Tetravus, because it does use +1/+1 counters, you can mess around with that so hard. In fact, I think Arcbound Ravager no. One artifact becomes 1/1/1 counter. One artifact becomes 1/1. Yeah. Okay. So Arcbound Ravager in of itself won't do anything. But the Ozolith, whenever if it had counters on it, you can put... No, that doesn't work. So you would have to have some kind of hardened scales shenanigans going on. Hardened scales, Whining Constrictor, etc., etc. Any kind of way of making, of using additional, of creating additional +1/+1 counters, proliferate works, etc. So not only does proliferate work, but also populate, because you can take the +1 counters and on your upkeep make them, make each one into a into a 1/1 flying that can't be enchanted, and then you can populate, which I think lets you duplicate all of them, and then put them all back on, and now we've got... Wow, yeah. Oh, if you have doubling season with this, that gets insane. Oh my god, so doubling season would double the number of counters, so it would come into play with 6 +1/+1 counters. You take them all off, then instead of getting 6 creatures, you get 12 creatures. And then when you go put them all back on, instead of putting 12 counters on, you put 24 counters on. So in a single turn cycle, it's gone from what's supposed to be a 4/4 creature. It'll be a 25/25. Whew. I think that's right, isn't it? I'm gonna have to double check about that, but that feels right. Uh, Cursed Rack. I will point out the interaction between Cursed Rack and cards like Reliquary Tower. Um, I believe it boils down to whichever comes into play later. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. Whichever's the most recent that comes into play is the one that will affect your hand size. Since enough people play with cards like Reliquary Tower and Decanter of Endless Water and Seagate Restoration and the like, yeah, not likely to be playable. Suchi. When it dies, add 4 colorless mana. It's a 4 mana 4/4. You really want an effect like Enduring Renewal. Enduring Renewal plus Suchi plus any sack outlet will let you keep continuously recast Suchi over and over and over again. If you don't use Enduring Renewal, you can use Luminous Broodmoth plus Solemnity. If your sack outlet is one that generates mana, you will gain however much relevant mana is in that iteration. So if you're using Ashnod's Altar, that will generate 2 colorless mana each iteration. If it's Phyrexian Altar, it will generate 1 colored mana each iteration, etc. You'll have death triggers, you'll have come to play triggers, you'll have creature spell being cast triggers, creature leaving the graveyard triggers, etc., etc., etc. There are ways to make it work that boil down to much combo. Much combo, such joy. I wonder, enduring renewal? Is there any? No, there's not. I am sad. I need a better version of that. Rocket launcher. I said I'd come back to a certain card that I was expecting to be on this on the same page. It's the next page, although he looks hilarious. So, rocket launcher, 4 to cast, 2:1 damage to any target. Destroy rocket launcher at the beginning of next end step. Basically has summoning sickness, even though it's not a creature. I will point out it does say destroy, therefore having a way to make it indestructible will work. If you have something like Seedborn Muse and a way to make the rocket launcher indestructible, you can just keep, shooting stuff down every turn. Now, we scroll back here. Amulet Krug. No, not Amulet Krug. Wrong one. Rocket Light. So this is 4 to cast and 2 to activate. And it gets blown up. This is 6 to cast, 2 to prevent the next 1 damage to a target. Return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. So this costs more to cast. You have to continuously recast it. But you get to keep it around. Rocket Launcher enables more combo shenanigans, costs less to cast, but you need to make it indestructible to make it work for combo shenanigans. And you have to basically give it haste, essentially. But haste won't work. Even if you animate it, it's not a creature. Its ability specifically says that you have to have it in play since the start of your turn. Yeah. You can find ways to make this combo shenanigans and have a fun time. But you have to play with extra parts. But it's infinite, infinite mana is infinite damage. And yeah. I think this could use some wordplay, but this is the kind of some wordplay where it's like, if you're not going infinite, if you can just generate a lot of mana but not go infinite, this is probably fine. Decks that are running, say, Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth and Cabal Coffers, and maybe even Magus of the Cabal, or Magus of the Coffers, rather. But, not ways to untap their lands and stuff. It's probably fine. It's a coolest fireball if you really want it to be. Armageddon Clock. The beginning of your draw step deals damage equal to the number. Oh, this is cute. So 6 mana artifact. Beginning of your upkeep, you put a Doom counter on. Then on your draw step, it deals damage to the number of Doom damage to each player equal to the number of Doom counters on. And then anybody during any upkeep can pay 4 to remove a Doom counter. It's cute, and if you've got a way to accelerate the damage output, that's hilarious. But I feel like there's better cards for this. The rack, just like Black Vice and Cursed Rack, not really worth it, partly due to the fact that you have to target a specific player, and unless you've got a way to like bounce it back or what have you, you can't just you can't get you can't reuse it. Candelabra of Tanos, again, you know, can you afford it? If you can afford it and you want to put in a deck, go ahead. It's over $800 for a copy, but it's X and tap to untap X target lands. If, you tap Soul Ring and tap the Candelabra and untap, whatchamacallit, Arid Archway, I think it's called. And, Cabal Coffers. Or, something of that nature. You spent a Soul Ring to generate a butt ton of, you tap 2 artifacts and generated a butt ton of, black mana or whatever. Can you afford it? Do you want to put in a deck, etc., etc.? Where are you? Oh. Went from uncommon to rare to Commander Legends, making it common. Okay. So 3 to cast, 2 tap, loot. Fine, it's again, for 1 extra mana in the activation cost, Arcane Encyclopedia. If discarding a card is relevant, this is playable. If the fact that it's a common is relevant for whatever reason, I know I'm guilty of that more than once. It's it's fine. It does dig through your deck deeper. I think realistically the reason I play this is because you're discarding cards. Ashnod's Transmogrant. Give a give a creature that's not an artifact a +1 counter, and it's now an artifact creature. And because it's now an artifact creature, now you can do shenanigans with it. And you don't have to do the craziness of, Micus and Thladis. I know. Yeah, shush. Okay. Um, if you only have a handful of cards that you care about making into artifact creatures, they're not already, you know, they're already creatures, but they're not artifacts yet, and you want to turn them into artifacts, this will work. It is 1 mana, so it can be fetched with Urza's Saga. It's fine. It will do it will do the job. Um, I feel like it's easier to turn an artifact into a creature rather than a creature into an artifact. So Ashnod's Transmogrant will do it. Millstone, are you playing Mill? If you're playing Mill, it's a consideration. There's over 9,000 ways to build Mill. Sometimes you play this just to muck around with somebody's draw. Sometimes you do this to muck around with your own draw. In formats where you don't have easy access to good fetch lands, for example, to shuffle away the cards that you didn't want, like Pauper, for example, being able to, cast Brainstorm, draw 3 cards, take 2 cards from your hand, put them on top of your deck. Well, normally what you do next in Legacy, Vintage, Modern, when you get effects like that, etc., is you'll play a fetch land of some sort, crack it to dig out land, and in the process you shuffle your deck, so the 2 cards that you put on top, they're shuffled away. They're now somewhere in the mix. They're not going to be at the top of your deck anymore, so you don't lock yourself. But in formats like Pauper, it's not unheard of for somebody to follow it up with a card like Thought Scour. 1 blue, target player mills 2 cards, draw a card. While you mill yourself for 2, get rid of the 2 cards that you put on top that way, and draw an additional card. So for 2 mana, you have drawn 4 cards and got rid of 2 that you didn't want. Yes, you spent 2 cards to do that. So you end up card neutral, I think, at that point. Well, spend 1. Yeah, you end up card neutral at that point. But your card selection has improved greatly. Millstone, if you're doing effects of that sort at all, then Millstone you can use on yourself fairly easily. Probably a good idea to run with the original Eldrazi Titans, Gaia's Cradle, something of that nature to, be able to shuffle the stuff back in. I think it's playable, but it depends on the kind of deck you're putting it in. I wouldn't just jam it into any deck. We are looking at a 100 card format here. It requires work to make it, work. Felden's Cane. It's a common. It occasionally gets thrown into some decks as a way to get your graveyard back. Probably should get replaced with cards like Campfire instead. Although, relevantly, this is no mana activation. But Campfire also ends up being a lot more flexible. It also allows you to put your commanders that are in your graveyard or in the command zone into your hand. May be relevant. Uh, would probably play the Campfire first. If I needed more than one of the effect, I'd be considering Felden's Cane. And Campfire is still good in Commander in general. Felden's Cane less so. Like, we're talking apart from the fact that it's a common. Ivory Tower wouldn't play it very much, but if I'm the kind of player that plays with a vaguely reasonable number of effects that say I have no maximum hand size and draw effects, anything from Esper Sentinel to Esper Sentinel, Greed, Wheel of Fortune, um, um, Seagate Restoration, Greater Good, anything along that line at all. Anything that can draw me a bunch of cards. So basically, I can keep my hand full, and I care about gaining life. I'm probably looking at Ivory Tower somewhere along the line. I subtract 4 from the number of cards in my hand, and the remainder, what I've got left over, is how much life I gain. And that can be a lot. Triskelion. If you're looking at infinite damage combos along the lines of the Sun Gun, i.e., I think it's Heliod Suncrown. Yeah, Heliod Suncrown. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on target creature or enchantment you control. And then 2 mana, another creature gains lifelink till end of turn. So, let's say Triskelion. You target Triskelion with Heliod's last ability to give it lifelink. You remove a counter to deal 1 damage to any target. It's got lifelink, so you gain life, so you put +1 counter on the Triskelion. Ornithopter, if you're playing ninjas, you want to play it if you're playing anything where you want an unblockable creature or a really cheap evasive creature, it's worth playing. Ashnod's Altar, I don't think anything more needs to be said about it. It sees a decent amount of play as is. Anyway, it has been over 8 hours. I've gone through 2 sets. I gotta go. I gotta get some sleep. It's after 2 in the morning. I will see you guys next week. Hopefully, it'll be a shorter stream next week. Talk to you later. Bye.